All right, what's up, y'all? AWB, I'm back at it. I'm just go ahead and get started. Right now, we're checking out the case that Long Island Audit had with Danbury. So we're gonna jump right into it. So yesterday, I ended up looking at day 5. So I want to start it from the beginning because this is my first time seeing it. So I'm just playing from the beginning. Well, this isn't the beginning right here. This is how the case came about. So, it's always some nonsense with these public servants, and this security guard got promoted to being a sergeant, which is insane.
You got physical with somebody that, for the most part, you really had no.
I did all I could to control myself.
Try me.
Yeah.
I'll knock you down like I knocked trees down all my life.
Get out of my way.
I'm telling you, I'll put you through the
Get
wall.
out of my.
I don't give a damn. You and your Constitution, you can stick it.
I did all I could to control myself.
Let me see. It is what it is. I'll fill in the blanks.
I could get arrested.
Yes, it's up to the court. You got physical with somebody that, for the most part, you really had no reason to be physical with.
I didn't want him going.
Because he was filming.
Upstairs.
I know, but for what? For what? He's filming. What is he doing? Why can't he go?
For what he's filming, and that's just registering to him right now. Like, that was kind of stupid of me, which,
Go upstairs. It's a public building. It's City Hall, for Christ's sake.
Hey, what's up, guys? Long Island Audit here, back again with another video. Today, we are going to watch never-before-seen body camera footage from Officer Yacobellis, now Sergeant, with the Danbury Police Department. If you are unfamiliar with this incident, I will leave a link to a playlist in the description below. The full unedited body camera footage can be seen in the upcoming video coverage of my trial, which will be released this week. Stick around until the end for my analysis. Without further ado, let's get into it.
We got to do this together. You got someone that can fill in for you?
Yeah, I'll be okay. Hey, what's wrong? I got Karen Mattis down here. She's supposed to come up to the mayor's office to pick something up. Yes, sir. Thank you. She's gonna come down, okay?
Yeah, we're up here. In here?
Yeah. Is it too tight?
I'm gonna stand.
That's fine. Everybody shut this thing down so nobody can see.
Yeah, please. So why did you touch him?
He got right in my face. I didn't shoot. Like one of these things. I mean, he's letting you think I formed or something. But he
I saw the video.
Yeah.
You pushed him a couple times.
So I just, but he wanted to go upstairs, and I wasn't going to let him. We're supposed to. I was telling your sergeant, I said that Les and Dean, they were supposed to give me forms. They want a form.
You have a visitor?
Tell him to.
Someone needs to fill in for you.
I need
Put it on the desk.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I'll see you later because I got to go to town.
Okay.
What time do they close tonight?
Yeah, we're open until 6:30 tonight.
We close now.
So he kept getting in my face. I didn't like it, to be honest with you. And I did all I could to control myself. I said, until we get these
why
forms.
did you even try and stop him from going upstairs?
Because I was told last night, I spoke to Dean and I talked to Les. They're supposed to have forms. As we speak right now, I think they're supposed to he has to fill out a form before he starts rolling the tape. They don't want people just coming in the middle of nowhere. He can film the walls and everything, but he can't, like I said, he will.
It's a public place. He's allowed to film in here.
Yeah, but I'm saying until they want these cards to put on my table. And when whoever comes in that wants to start doing video, when I stop, they have to fill out a form first. And I said, look, I should be getting these forms soon. You have to wait. You cannot go anywhere until you fill out.
The issue is, I don't think that reason is enough
Yeah.
to use physical force to restrain
I
him
use
from going
physical
somewhere.
force, just block them from going. That's,
Well, I know, but that's any touching is physical force.
yeah, but I'm saying, well, if you got somebody coming right in your face, chest to chest, I didn't shove them. I just, get out of my face. That's all.
Well, yeah, because he was trying to go upstairs.
I'm glad I did what I did. If it means me losing my job, I just don't
I
understand.
know, I got
Somebody could come in.
I have to do what I have to do, though.
I
You know,
understand how
so
somebody can.
I'm between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah. I mean,
So-
I understand how somebody could come in, let me get my glasses, and disrupt constantly this bullshit. Like I said, we were supposed to have forms and he could have gone. I wasn't going to let him go and start the shenanigans again until he filled out a form. Let me get my
Grab your,
glasses.
grab your glasses. Well, we got to fill this out, and you got to articulate why you did what you did. So, just like I said,
Well, he won't be able to articulate it because, or even if he did, he knows it's a stupid reason. And that's going through his mind right now, that he's thinking about how stupid that was. And now he has to pay for those consequences. He has to pay the consequence for that bad decision he made.
out there, you're a security guard here. You have a right to maintain order in the building.
Right.
But him filming
Yeah.
and walking around in a public place is not disruptive to the point where it would require physical force to restrain him in the building. That is the issue. That is why I have to go
I
through
just
this.
blocked him, though. 'Cause
No, I know, but I
said,
there's 20 minutes of video footage that I have to watch now.
I know, but I mean, there are forms that they're going to make,
So-
and I didn't want to let him go until
I know,
got
but
this
then,
news.
so next time, just call us immediately.
Yeah.
Don't even talk to him.
We
name,
called, right?
Name, date of birth, age, address,
All right,
phone
all right,
number,
All right.
and then sign your name there. You can use either one. So I would start this by saying, I'm a security guard for Allied Universal Security Services, and I work at Danbury City Hall, 155 Deer Hill Ave, Danbury, Connecticut. Right? You introduce yourself
Yeah.
and what happened. You don't have to go into crazy detail of the past with this guy, this and that. Whatever's pertinent. This is just what's pertinent to the case.
Yeah.
A man who I know from
Yeah.
prior experience as whatever you know him as,
Right.
right? Came into the facility, was video recording. He wanted to go upstairs. I tried to stop him. He got in my face. He tried to move past me, and I believed I was doing the right thing
Yeah.
by physically stopping him
Yeah.
from going up the stairs at City Hall, going further into the building.
Right.
You follow my drift? This is your letter to the court,
All right.
so make it good.
All right.
Okay? I can't write it for you. You have to. This is your words. Who you are, what happened, why you did what you did. You understand? Okay.
Am I allowed to use his name?
If you know, yes, yep. If you know his name, absolutely. You can go into a little bit of his, whatever's pertinent. This is your letter to the court of why you did what you did. Okay?
Thursday.
You need to articulate why you used physical force. No matter how minor, whether it's just, a push or a light, I'm not going to do it to you because then I'm not going to use physical force on you.
But he gets in my, I didn't go up there. He kept in my
say
face.
that. Yeah, say that. And now be mindful that there is a video of the entire thing.
Yeah. What did we say? It was 2 weeks ago when he was here, 3 weeks?
I don't know. It doesn't, it's not
I
important.
get long. I'm trying to
It's not important. Yeah, I'll send it. Just make sure no one else gets it.
Sean, I know you steak dinner.
Can we keep this closed? Can we keep this closed?
Yeah,
We
yeah.
need some privacy here. We gotta work on this. This is more important.
I mean, if you want to call, put your hands up and try to keep it up. If you call that, it's me. I don't know.
It's a discon. It's disorderly conduct.
Everything's different. Oh my God. Fucking 25, 30 years ago. It's,
Yeah, I know, but it's not fun.
man, that means me losing my, what am I going to do? I thought I did the right thing.
Well, if
So be it. If that's the way it's going to be.
That's
I can't, I just thought I was doing the right thing. I just, like I said, in my mind, I can't understand how somebody could just come in, start, and people say, oh, it's not, it is disruptive. It's disruptive, it's invasive. I don't like having a camera. I don't like.
What does this say? Take a.
He's a liar. He didn't think that was the right thing to do. He knew it wasn't, but he just wanted to do what he felt because of his ego. That's it. He didn't think it was a smart idea to do that. And if he did, then that's even more of a reason why he shouldn't be in that position.
I know, we'll get to that. Take a what?
I explained to him that he had to give me his name and take a courtesy card. Those are the cards to the department of his choice. He refused to do so, so Danbury police were called to City Hall. Today, Thursday, January.
But we're getting all into what happened last time. That's not not pertinent to today.
I thought it would be important.
Today, Thursday, July 15th, he showed up again and started filming again. So, filmed, but he had to fill out a form. Pardon. Time. He began to enter the stairwell, and I blocked from heading upstairs. Sean Reyes kept chest to chest with me and held my ground. And I held my ground in the interest of
safety at City Hall.
All right, continue on the back because this is not finished. First of all, so you need to elaborate. After the last incident, right? After this is why I should have stayed in here and done it with you. After the last incident, you were instructed by who? Names. Who told you that no one is allowed to film in here unless they fill out this card that was never provided to you?
Told to
You
me
see what I'm saying? There's a big difference between you saying you're not allowed in here filming, leave, and then you getting in his way listen to me, to you saying, sir, you cannot film in here. You're supposed to fill out one of these cards first. My boss, Ted Parker, told me that you have to do it. You get the difference? You catch my drift? So you have to articulate that.
It was told to me last night that they were gonna get these, that they were in the works of having these cards, these forms made out that they had to fill them out before they started filming. Of course.
So you were told that by who?
Last night I was talking to Dean and Les Victor.
All right, so put their names.
All right.
So articulate, I was told by my bosses, X and Y, that someone is not allowed in City Hall filming unless they fill out a form. The forms were not provided to me as of yet.
Well,
right? And then, no, you got to do it yourself. I'm not, this is, I have enough writing of my own to do. This is your statement. And, you need to articulate here what's going on. Because he wasn't acting aggressively. He didn't come in here screaming and yelling, flailing his arms around. He's just filming. I know, but at the end of the day, it's just filming. This is what these people are trying to do. And you fall right into their trap when you act like this. He's just filming. That's all he's doing. He's not hurting anybody. It might be a nuisance, but there's a difference between a nuisance and being disruptive. If one of our, downtown people comes in here and starts screaming and throwing stuff around, that is disruptive. That is perhaps a safety issue. This guy filming, it's not a safety issue. It's a nuisance. It is not a safety issue. That's the problem we have. So 2 prongs. Ready? I'll just take a break for a second and just hear me out and then articulate it. I was instructed by my bosses, X and Y, that I'm supposed to provide a form to anyone that comes in and films.
I was told this last night.
Listen, I was not given those forms yet. He came in today. I was simply trying to get him to sign the forms. Now, also, when someone comes into City Hall and wants to go to an office, you touched on it before, but you didn't finish it. You have to say you're supposed to do this, that, and the third. He refused all that, proceeded around me, and went to go up the stairs. So I simply tried to stop him from going up the stairs so that he could fill out the appropriate forms. Now, all that is well and good until you start to use force against somebody.
They told me.
This isn't someone wiling out at the hospital. You know what I mean? This is a completely different arena we're in here. It's a non-violent person who's disobeying rules. Non-violent person disobeying rules is a much different set of circumstances and needs to be treated as such. Try and write neatly and don't cross stuff out. This is your letter to the court.
I wish I could go home and take it home and fill it out.
No, you cannot. You have to do it now.
Yeah.
Can I see?
I gotta get into now how he refuses to take cards, and you know, it's like what going down a one-way street.
639-607. Also, Mr. Reyes walked right around me and did not fill out the proper entry, the proper forms when he came in.
Yeah, they circled around me. I don't want to put down the same thing I put in the last game about to explain to him that he could film the walls.
You need to say why you decided to put your hands on it. That's the most important part. You need to say why you decided to put your hands on it. And it needs to be pretty good. Proceeded to head upstairs. Since he was violating what I believe to be rules, I'm supposed to come, you know, like. I stood in front of the stairwell and only touched him when he decided to go past me. As he tried to push past me, I stepped in front of him or put my arm out so that he did not proceed up the stairs. I was not trying to hurt him. I was just trying to stop him from going up the stairs, if that's true.
Yeah.
You follow my drift? You have to do this. I can't do this.
Yeah.
Next time, just call us. Don't even talk to him. Just let him go.
Yeah.
And I'll go upstairs and go talk to him.
Yeah.
That's it. Let us do it.
I know.
Let us do it.
I would have gone that route.
What is he doing? He's filming.
But I would have gone that route. But last night I was told they're gonna have to fill out a form. Too
Good.
late.
So until they give you the form, then guess what? Mierda. Whatever. They didn't give you the form, so that's not on you. You don't have the form. What are you gonna have them do? Fill out a fictitious form you don't have? No. Just let him. He's not hurting anybody. Was it Sean Paul? And what? You can't be trespassed from City Hall, I guess. Can't be no trespass. Just think. I'll stop on it. Just think.
I put my hands up and I tried to check him, or don't say that.
I don't know what that
You
means.
saw it when I put my hands up when he was coming. I kind of was blocking him with my.
Yeah, so say that. Say block, not check. It's not. We're not playing hockey. And don't say stiff arm. We're not playing football.
Yeah.
Let me see. It is what it is. I'll fill in the blanks. Fill in the best. Reyes circled around me and did not give me his name or accept the department card. As he headed up the stairwell, I thought in the best of City Hall, I keep him around and prevent him from going upstairs. He kept coming toe-to-toe with me. I extended my arm.
Yeah, this cop really trying to save him because he knows that this is wrong. The cop knows that he shouldn't have did that, and he's just trying to get him to basically cover himself. But they both know that this wasn't right. The security guard is realizing that he made a mistake. The cop already know he made a mistake.
To prevent him from going to the second floor. Okay.
This is what it is.
If you want to, yeah. All right, do me a favor. We're not done yet. Sit. Where's the pen? You got your pen?
Yeah.
Okay. Just put your initials in there.
And then sign board.
Anywhere you did these crossouts, just put your initials by the crossout, okay?
I'm gonna try to get white out.
No. Just put your initials. No, because then it looks doctored. You're not supposed to use white out.
What else?
I don't know. Did you cross out anywhere else?
Yeah, I
think
kind
that
of
was
squeezed in
the
a
only
couple of letters.
Yeah.
Which did not. He did. I put did not. But he
That's fine.
did not here. Yeah.
That's fine.
I mean, I cut trees on my hand. I can barely hold it. My hands are
Sign, date, and time. Today's date is July 15th. The time is 11:32 a.m.
six, 7, 15, 21, 11:32
a.m. Yeah. So I'm going to I'm going to submit a warrant. I'm going to review the camera footage, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to get his statement. I got his statement, your statement, and the camera footage.
Yeah.
I'm going to put that all in a report.
Yeah.
I'm going to review it.
Yeah.
If I have probable cause to believe that your actions rose to the level of, I wouldn't call it an assault, since luckily he admitted to me that he was not injured and he did not want medical attention.
Yeah.
Although an
injury.
impairment of, injury, according to definition, is impairment of physical condition. So I'm not going to do it to you.
Yeah, but I mean, I didn't.
But if
I just, like,
I know it
hands,
doesn't matter. If you push somebody,
Right. It doesn't matter.
I'm not going to do it to you because I don't want to assault you.
Yeah.
But if you impaired
Yeah.
somebody's
It was
physical
nothing like
condition,
that. I just kind of put my hands up.
well, okay. So, however, if I think it rose to the level of a discon,
Yeah.
I'll submit warrants, maybe even for both of you. If some of his language is to the point where it's
Yeah.
disruptive,
Yeah.
then I'll submit a warrant for both of you, and we'll see and then it's up to
So
the
you told
court.
me I could get arrested?
Yes, it's up to the court. You got physical with somebody that, for the most part, you really had no reason to be physical
I
with.
didn't want him. I
Because he
wasn't
was
allowed
filming.
upstairs.
I know, but for
Yeah.
what? For what? He's filming. What is he doing? Why can't he go upstairs? It's a public building. It's City Hall, for Christ's
Yeah.
sake.
Like I said, if I was given those forms,
You know? That's the problem. It's a public place. These guys right now, they're allowed to be in here.
like I said, it bothers me.
And
You guys-
We're trying. That's just a BS rule. That's not against the law to not fill that out and what, you know what I mean?
But that's what I was told when I came here.
I know, well,
Look at the sign on the door.
so
All
hopefully,
visitors must sign in.
okay, I know,
All
but he's,
visitors must sign in. It's everywhere.
So
So we're gonna have
he's-
stickers soon. Anybody recording must fill out a form.
I know, well, I'm glad they did that so quickly since the last incident. Hopefully these guys go to bat for you too, in that they told you that you're supposed to stop anybody.
Anybody don't, in case of us, I'm sorry.
And not for nothing. Whatever, it is what it is. It's not against the law. This woman right here, walk around this counter, start filming, and go upstairs.
Yeah.
It's not against the law. You can't block them and by blocking the stairs and being physical and stopping him, that's where the issue is.
See, two guys came in the other day.
I'm not siding with him, I'm just telling you what the facts are, how this works.
So these two fellows came in, they came in,
Let's go outside.
Yeah, they came in last week. One guy, they gave him the card. One guy's last name, he went by Leos. They gave me their name, they took the card. They were polite. They wanted to
Go again, idiot.
Asshole. And they said they want to go ask.
Roger.
They said they wanted to go up to the town clerk to ask them questions about the bell and history of that. I said, that's fine. But they were polite. They gave me their name. I sent them on their way.
But it's not against.
Like I said, this guy just.
I gotta go. I got a lot more stuff to go on. I don't mean to cut you short. I apologize, but I got a lot more to do.
He cut him off because he keeps saying the same thing over and over again. What you did was wrong. That's basically it. You didn't do the right thing here. And the cop already told him you can't do that.
All right, guys, as we all just clearly witnessed, Sergeant Jacobellis knew I did not commit any crimes and even stated that filming in public isn't illegal. Sergeant Jacobellis also clearly stated that Phil's actions constituted an assault or at the very least, disorderly conduct. So why did Sergeant Jacobellis never write a warrant for Phil's arrest? Was it because they had a relationship prior to this incident? It seems pretty obvious to me that Sergeant Jacobellis was helping Phil write his statement. And it gets better. Not only did he not write a warrant for Phil's arrest, he ultimately wrote a warrant for my arrest, for which I am currently on trial. So the real question here is, who got to you, Jacobellis? Was it the president of the police union, Michael Farrell, who arrested me later that same day? Was it someone at the state's attorney's office? Or was it someone high up in City Hall? Maybe you are just a two-faced tyrant. We will probably never know the answers to these questions, but what we do know is an innocent man who peacefully exercised his rights was threatened, assaulted, and denied justice, and ultimately arrested. You can all watch my trial this week, so stay tuned. As always, let me know what you think about this one in the comment section below. Stay safe. God bless. I'll see you in the next video. Long Island Audit. Peace.
All right, y'all. So that was the breakdown of the cop getting him to write a statement or whatever about the whole situation. I remember seeing this video and I knew that he definitely violated Sean. And I was just wondering where it was going to go from there. And then in that video, which was never before seen before, was the cop trying to assist him in a statement to write, basically trying to get him to save himself from doing an illegal action, which that seems pretty criminal to me. But this is day one for the trial.
Yes, Sergeant Vito Jacobellis of the Danbury.
It's truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God or upon penalty of perjury.
Yes, Sergeant Vito Jacobellis of the Danbury Police Department.
This is a matter of State versus Trump Paul Reyes. Mr. Reyes, I apologize to you. You were scheduled for 2 p.m. today. It was not like I was in here having a picnic. We went until about 15 minutes ago with today's day, a little longer than usual. But I am cognizant of the fact that you were here scheduled for trial at 2 p.m. In addition, I know we have witnesses here called by the state understanding who are here scheduled and they're going to be here on as well. In situations like this, there are two of us here in the Danbury court that handle the criminal matters. One of them is on trial upstairs, and one of them, me, had the remaining case, every case on the docket today. We literally went until 15 minutes ago. So with that being said, we are here now, and this is down for an infraction trial on 2 infractions. One is creating a public disturbance, 53A181A, and one is simple trespass, 53A110A. They're both infractions. They're not misdemeanors. They're not felonies. They're punishable by a fine of up to $90 plus fees and costs. Parties agree with that? With regard to 53A181A, these as follows. The first was guilty of creating a public disturbance when with intent to cause inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm, or recklessly creating the risk thereof. He 1, engaged in fighting or violent, tumultuous, or threatening behavior, or 2, annoys or interferes with another person by offensive conduct, or 3, makes unreasonable noise. That is that statute. Simple trespass, 53A110A. Simple trespass, a person is guilty of simple trespass when, knowing that such person is not licensed or privileged to do so, such person enters or remains in or on any premises without intent to harm any property. Simple trespass is infraction. Those are the two infractions that are at issue here. The charges were initially misdemeanors, I believe. Attorney Zentner filed a substituted information, reducing the charges to an infraction, and Mr. Reyes still is certainly entitled to his trial, but with infraction trials, it's not a jury trial. It is essentially a court trial. In many cases, it would be an infraction hearing with the magistrate, and if that winds up resulting in a conviction, it comes to a superior court judge for a trial de novo. We are basically going right to that stage based upon unavailability of the magistrate here. So we all understand how to proceed where we're at here.
Not just yet, but I do want to put a few things on the record relative to the media request to televise your
Objection to the media here.
Okay, no, you understand that what I said so far is
Yes, I do.
clear around that. Okay, so with that being said, there is a lengthy motion submitted which was filed right now at 4:10 in the afternoon as trial begins, dealing with the evidence which is going to be properly trial by the state attorney. This is your record, that you filed this right now as the first time at 4:10.
Yes, sir. I found out that Mr. Januso, who's the security guard who forms a large portion of the deal, was not.
When did you find that out?
A few days ago. I did take some time over the weekend to engage in several conversations with attorneys that are worked diligently over the weekend to try to figure out what we do in that case. So I drafted the motion in limine just so that there's a record in writing. But I think earlier conversations in chambers are fairly clear. The objection is that security guards not well.
Well, look, I think that that is a situation that Attorney Zentner it has to contend with. We have here one of the potential witnesses at this trial would have been Phil Janusa, who is a security guard. He appears in the video, which is placed on Mr. Reyes' website for viewing. That individual is not going to be available to testify in this particular trial. As a result, the information, the statements he makes in this video are potentially problematic under the rules of evidence. Attorney Zentner.
I would respectfully ask that some of the content you see in the video would come in as an adoptive admission, but even if the court did not accept that as an exception to the hearsay rule, to offer that for substantive purposes, I would ask the court to consider that the statements to bring context to the defendant's own statements, which would be admissible, so that they are intelligible for the court to understand them. So they wouldn't be offered for the truth. They could be offered for other reasons. Notice, knowledge.
So-called doctrine of completeness.
Correct. That would be another theory. Correct.
Okay, so Attorney Seeger, here's my suggestion to kind of expedite. There's no jury here. This is not something that they would have to be spared seeing certain pieces of video and finding fact that I deem irrelevant or not admissible under the hearsay rule. Under the circumstances, what do you say to me taking this defendant's motion and then under advisement? I'll make a full ruling on it. And certainly the full ruling, if it does involve inadmissibility of portions of the video with regard to specifically the testimony or the interaction with Mr. Reyes of Phil Janusa, I would make a record that the court is going to disregard that as inadmissible, and we would just continue on in that fashion if you decided to continue on. How are you with that?
As long as I get a more at some point, the purposes of expediting some game or almost anything to that.
So, Counsel, we had both, I had indicated just before we came out here in light of the hour and in light of the fact that we have individuals that are giving up their time to testify, including Mr. Reyes, who's giving up his time to be here. We had talked about potentially knowing the fact that that video was out there, it's been viewed by, I think, all the parties associated with the litigation of this matter, Attorney Zentner, both defense counsel and myself, before I knew this was my case, I suggested that we would call the witnesses who are here and run the video either at the end or understood that it's been seen. But I think I would certainly can see the completeness of the record is important. So what we're gonna do then is, have Attorney Sentner, call his first witness, offer, the video as, through whatever witness he intends to offer it. It will play, for purposes of the record, and then at the appropriate time, ideally tomorrow, I'll make a ruling on the defendant's motion in limine and indicate on the record what portions of that particular video are going to be disregarded as inadmissible, under the rules of evidence. How does that sound to both parties? Just trying to expedite what we're doing.
The state will concede that in portions of the video where the police appear to be talking strictly to Mr. Genosa would not be admissible. That would constitute hearsay, and the state would concede as much, and certainly ask the court not to consider those.
Yeah, so here's my feeling. This is gonna be, if counsel's in agreement, video's gonna be, if it comes into evidence by virtue of the testimony of the witness who is here available and willing to testify, and ready to testify today, it'll be put in, it'll be played for completeness of the record, and then the defendant's motion, and any other evidentiary motions the defendants or objections that defendants want to make with regard to the admissibility of portions of the video would be made, heard, and ruled upon. Otherwise, you know how it goes. It is a step-by-step, frame-by-frame process, pre-trial motions, and it is a cut and splice type of thing, which certainly is done in certain cases, under the circumstances here, based upon the fact that this is a court trial, and we're trying to expedite the matter to get to the nitty-gritty, which is the testimony of the witnesses and the testimony of Mr. Reyes, should he decide to exercise his right to testify. If you're good with that, I suggest we do this, but I need to know that both counsel are good with it.
I'm fine with that.
Attorney Seeger.
So Judge, and with respect to the ruling, so if you played video, for example, today, play button's held, and then tomorrow.
Which is a video which has been out in the public domain for quite some time.
So for the purposes of the record, the video being in the record, the play button gets pushed today. Tomorrow morning I come in and I say, we reviewed this portion of the video, my motion to limit is there.
I'm gonna do the rulings on this tomorrow.
Okay.
And then also, certainly any additional evidentiary objections you wish to make based upon the rules of evidence and what you see in the video.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's a cumbersome process to cut and paste, as I understand it. I am
Understand. So I
trying
don't
to
know
think, but audio visual is not one.
I don't want to jumping up and down, making any objections at all. You listen to the video. You got my.
I have a series of objections here already. We discussed them in chambers.
Okay.
You know where the court's lining up on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So once again, I ask you, are you in agreement with this plan?
Yes, as long as I can make my objections, it's on.
So now, schedule it.
I just, I'm sorry, also, there's that question, there's the concern the state had about the media.
The time for that objection would have been at the time the request was filed in the court. What is your objection?
I'm not objecting to the filming of the proceeding. I am concerned about the witnesses being televised, state, because I'll put my reasons on the record now. That's my concern. I don't object to them, recording it. It can be audio tape recorded and things like that. But there, I can represent, there have been a number of phone calls that our office has received since this incident occurred back in July of 2021, where there were anonymous calls that they were harassing phone calls, they were vulgar, they were vile, some were of a threatening nature. My understanding is that the city, the Danbury City Hall's staff also received calls like that. One particular on July 27th of 2021 was very threatening in nature. One of our witnesses asserted that he had received harassing calls at his own home, that his wife had also had received, and that is my concern.
Attorney Senator, I understand that. I assume though that the information that is in the file, when this information could be, transmitted obviously to those that follow Mr. Reyes' website or follow Mr. Reyes as a persona, and as a result, whether they know what they look like or not, they could be reached out to. Certainly that's something that shouldn't be happening, right? I mean, these people are here, they're doing their job, they shouldn't be called home, they shouldn't be given any kind of harassing contact from anyone associated with this case on either side. But under the circumstances, I'm not certain that where we are right now, me having the witnesses testify without being shown, in light of the fact that it's an openness, an open courtroom, and the media outlet has been vetted by the District Attorney's External Affairs Office. I don't know if not showing him physically would make it any better.
I just want to state my concern with that.
Just in brief response, just to make it clear, it's not, my client has nothing to do with these communications. He didn't make any of the communications, he
He did not make them himself. I think there's certainly individuals who follow Mr. Reyes who correct this. So, okay, with that being said, here's how you call your first witness. Oh, scheduled tomorrow, 2 o'clock, and every day at 2 o'clock until we're done. Right? So, I apologize, like I said, this was obviously very atypical. I think I can count on one hand the number of times I've gone past 3 o'clock in my 6 months plus here. So under the circumstances, it's atypical, but sometimes things happen. Like I said, I've made as many apologies as I could with regard to that. So we'll start now, and we'll take it up tomorrow. Matter of fact, let's be safe. Let's just say 2:15 each day going forward, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you all, Attorney Senator. Your work.
They would call, to the witness stand, Sergeant Vito Yacobelis from the Danbury Police Department. Where would John like this?
I think our clerk has cleared out the witness stand.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear?
Hold on. I have to ask. I was just checking your watch. There's no recording on your watch. Obviously, it's being recorded by the insurance out. So what I just saw is just you checking the time, Mr. Reyes.
Yes.
You understand why I have to ask under circumstances?
Sure.
Okay. Go for it.
Do you solemnly swear solemnly and sincerely affirm that the case may be that the information provided today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Sir, please state your name and title for the record, please.
Sergeant Vito Yacobelis of the Danbury Police Department.
Thank you very much, sir. You may be seated.
Can I just get your spelling last name, please?
I-A-C-O, B as in boy, E as in Edward, L-L-I-S.
Thank you.
May I proceed? Good afternoon, Sergeant Yacobelis. You work for the Danbury Police Department.
Yes, I do.
How long have you worked for them?
I have worked for the Danbury Police Department since September 28th of 2015.
Okay. And what is your current assignment with that department?
I'm a sergeant in the patrol division.
Okay. And how long have you been a sergeant?
I was promoted to the rank of sergeant December 19th of 2021.
John, I don't want to get up and down and check, but I don't know that, I don't know what Mr. Yacobelis is reading from there. And if he's going to answer the questions, I suppose that,
What do you have?
I don't know what he's got there.
My report and some.
Okay, so generally how that works is Attorney Zender's going to ask you questions. If you have trouble recalling or you need help refreshing your recollection, Attorney Zender will ask you if there's a document that will help refresh your recollection. That will be when you can look at your report, indicate to Attorney Zender whether or not your reflection has been refreshed, your recollection has been refreshed, and then you'll be able to then testify as to what the answer to the question is. You cannot move from that document. Okay?
Sure.
Attorney Zender?
Let's see here.
Yes.
Why don't we give that back to Attorney Knuckles, we'll take that, and if you need it at some point, you can consult the same. With that being said, when we proceed with your direct examination.
So Sergeant, back in July of 2021, what was your current rank and position back then?
I was a patrol officer in July.
And what were some of your duties as a patrol officer back then?
Primarily to answer calls for service.
I would like to now direct your attention to the date of July 15, 2021. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and you remember what shift or hours you may have been working that day?
I was working day shift, which is 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
And did you have occasion to go over to the Danbury City Hall?
Yes.
And do you know the address of that location
It's 155 Deer Hill Ave,
in Danbury?
here in Danbury.
And do you know about what time you were dispatched there?
I believe it was 10:19 a.m.
And what was your understanding of the reason why you were dispatched to that location at City Hall?
It was, as far as I recall, it was a disturbance.
Did you go with any fellow officers?
Yes, I did.
And what were their names?
Officer Farrell and Sergeant Fernandez.
And when you went there, did you meet with anybody in particular that you remember at City Hall?
Yes, we met with the defendant. He was in the parking lot outside.
Okay, and for the record, what is the defendant's name?
Sean Paul Reyes.
Okay, did you have a conversation with Mr. Reyes?
Yes, I did.
And was that recorded on a body cam that you were wearing?
Yes, it was.
To your recollection, did Mr. Reyes also have some kind of recording device that he was holding on?
Yes, he was recording us on his phone.
Cell phone?
Yes.
By the way, did you see Mr. Reyes in court today?
Yes.
Would you kindly point him out, describe what he is wearing?
He's wearing a black suit and a red shirt.
Who stipulates Mr. Reyes?
Court will take notice of the fact that the witness has identified the defendant.
Did you meet with anybody else who was employed by the city as a security guard at City Hall?
Yes.
Who was that person?
Phil Janusa is the security.
Now, that way, did you have a conversation with Mr. Reyes while you were at that location at some point while you were at the City Hall premises?
Yes.
And the same question with regards to Mr. Janusa, did you have a conversation with him? No, just call for yes or no.
Yes.
Was your conversation with both, with John, was your conversation you said with Mr. Reyes, was that captured on your, you said on your body cam?
Yes, it was.
To the extent that you yourself were talking to Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
And how about with Mr. Janusa? Was your conversation captured with him on your body cam?
Yes, it was.
Just gonna jump ahead for a minute. At some point later that day, did you have occasion to interview Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
And where was that?
At in the interview room in the lobby of Danbury Police Headquarters.
Okay, was that also recorded?
Yes, it was.
Your body cam footage for that day, concerning from the time you got to City Hall until the end of your speaking to Mr. Reyes, the police department, approximately, how long was that in terms of length of duration?
3 hours, 27 minutes.
And as a result of that, what did you do with that? Did you download that? What did you do to capture that?
It's the same every day. It's recorded on our body camera, and then there's a docking station in the orders room, and we place the camera in the docking station, and that is when the cameras upload to the Axon server.
And that was done in this case as well?
Yes, it was.
Now, at the state's request, did you have occasion to look on YouTube and find any of the videos that were created by the defendant, Mr. Reyes, concerning this matter?
Yes.
And what about another matter involving the city of Danbury, involving a public library? It was drawn. Did you have occasion to also have you said you had footage from Mr. Reyes at City Hall on this day, July 15th of 2021?
Yes.
And then did you also have occasion to download a video of Mr. Reyes from June 10th of 2021?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance has nothing to do with this case.
Overruled.
Did you have occasion to do that?
Yes.
Okay. And what about, with regard to Mr. Reyes' videos from July 21st of 2021, did you have occasion to download both his from the morning and later on that afternoon, July 21st, 2021, at City Hall?
I believe in July 15th.
I'm sorry, July 15th, 2021.
Yes.
So the download date's July 15, 2021.
And as well, right? And then the first one, the state reference was from June 10th of 2021. Did you also have occasion to download, John? Is there an officer named Contreras who's employed by your department?
Yes.
For the record, what is his or her first name?
Jonathan.
And what was his position back on July 15th, 2021?
He was a patrol officer as well.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did he have occasion to go to that location at Danbury City Hall later that day, on July 15/2021.
Yes, he did.
Did he, to your knowledge, did he have a body cam on as well?
Yes.
And what did you do with that footage from that? Was that downloaded as well?
His body camera footage directly would have been loaded to the Axon server. But from YouTube, his body camera footage was downloaded.
Okay. And did you have occasion to create that, those 4 videos?
Correct.
Just to recap, you have June 10, 2021, right? Then you have the morning at City Hall in Danbury of July 15, 2021, right?
Correct.
And then later in the afternoon, you have Mr. Contreras' or Officer Contreras' body cam from the afternoon of July 15, 2021 at City Hall.
Yes, with the slight difference, it's not directly Officer Contreras' body camera footage. I believe Officer Contreras' body camera footage was FOI'd and then posted on YouTube, and that's the video.
And that's
And I got the YouTube videos, one of which is Officer Contreras' body camera.
Okay. Fair enough.
It would appear to be Officer Contreras' body camera footage based on my knowledge and experience of the incident.
Okay, and then was there also body cam, I'm super John, was there also video or coverage from Mr. Reyes' own phone from the afternoon of July 15, 2021 from City Hall?
Yes.
Did you take, was all that put on a thumb drive or a request?
Yes, it was.
May I approach the clerk, please? May I have this warrant for ID, please? Please have a moment, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, just speaking to counsel, this exhibit, following the objection, of course, the motion to limit anything I can bring up tomorrow, but for present purposes.
So like I said, and to make the record again, is that there's a defense motion limiting here making specific evidentiary objections to the video, which is lengthy, but we're looking for completeness of the record. I spoke of an option. Counsel wanted it done this way. I'm fine with this. But what we're going to do is I'll make a record and entertain all of your evidentiary objections, make rulings, and indicate if obviously the matters are to be disregarded by the finder of fact, which is in this case me. I will let you know that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This allows us to proceed now. But the information I have here so far is these are a series of body cam videos what about anything, if anything, generated by Mr. Reyes?
Yeah, my understanding is that there's essentially 3 videos generated by Mr. Reyes himself, and there's body cam footage from Officer Contreras, as well as those are one of the 4
And
files.
these were extracted by this particular witness off of the internet.
He did, and he can describe the procedure, how he was able to do that, but they are, and he,
Then proceed with that line question.
so talking State's Exhibit 1 for ID, how was that then done? Were you able to give us a copy of the thumb drive with the 4 files?
Yes, I was.
How was that done?
Officer, sorry, it's gonna pick you up. You don't have.
Oh.
You don't have to. Otherwise, I think our board monitors me, which are Okay,
No, keep the microphone over by your face.
right. So you don't put it away, but don't put it like in your house.
Yeah, just,
Okay.
Like it was over here before, I don't know.
thank you.
All right, here we go.
I'm trying to remember where I was. Okay, so for these 4 files, how were you able to download them and then give us the State's Attorney's Office a copy on the thumb drive for these 4 files?
I happened to work with the other midnight supervisor that I worked with was Sergeant Anthony Minico. He was the evidence technician for the last 20 years, so he has access to thumb drives that the police department owns. I do not, and I could have gotten one, but when you work with someone who's been an evidence technician for 20 years, I asked him if he would obtain these videos from YouTube. However, it's, I imagine, a very simple process. They're on the internet and you just download them onto your thumb drive. But I got a coworker to do it who has access to the thumb drives.
So may I approach the witness, please, Your Honor?
Your name?
So showing you stated exhibit 1 for ID only. This is the thumb drive that you gave us, with the best of your memory.
Yes.
The statement offers a full exhibit. I understand that there may be limitations that are going to be perhaps forthcoming by the court.
There will be specific evidentiary limitations based upon the rules of evidence and the motion of limine filed by Attorney Seeger. And certainly any further evidentiary objections to Attorney Seeger as of certain to make. This is just an opportunity to get it going, to begin to make the record, and then if there was a jury here, there's different procedure. That being said, Attorney Seeger?
Reserving my objections till we can play the video, and I understand the court's ruling.
Thank you, sir.
Perhaps we have the clerk mark him as a full exhibit for the purpose of this hearing or trial, subject to the limitations that the court has identified.
Judge, I may suggest something for the purpose of clarity, and I don't belabor the point, but maybe the exhibit should remain ID until the ruling.
So then we're going to go through frame by frame anyway?
No, I'm not saying it's not the objection, but right at this very second.
It's going to be, I'm intending to, unless, make your objection, but I'm intending to make it a full exhibit and then make the record afterwards as to what parts of that particular file that we are ignoring based on evidentiary shortcomings. And I understand your concern, but under the circumstances, otherwise then it's from 1 minute, 2 seconds into 1 minute, 45 seconds, that matters out, you know what I mean? So I think that could be a laborious enterprise, and under the circumstances, this is what I think we decided to do.
Yes.
You okay with that?
Yeah, I was more the label of it. I don't know what the Court of Appeals.
So I'm gonna have
I
it,
don't know
because it's gonna be played now for the
Yep.
record, I'm going to have it listed as a full exhibit, but understand, and we all are in agreement how we're gonna handle the evidentiary issue.
Thank you very much.
Matter of any.
I'll make that, sir. Okay, thank you. So the first file, Your Honor, is going to be from June 10th, 2021.
June 10th, 2021?
Yes. Give me 7 moments, please.
Hey, what's up, guys? Long Island Audit here, back again with another video. Today we are at the Danbury City Hall in Danbury, Connecticut. If you haven't watched my last video, I suggest you go watch it. My First and Fourth Amendment rights were violated by the Danbury Police Department. I was unlawfully trespassed and removed from the building under threat of arrest. Also, I was compelled to give my ID under threat of arrest, both unlawful orders. I just left the Danbury Police Department, Internal Affairs, and submitted a formal complaint. I am here today to peacefully exercise my First Amendment right to film in public and publicly accessible areas, and also to hand deliver this notice of intent to the Danbury City Clerk. Let's see how they do. I don't have a lot of hope for this one, but let's see. Ooh, giant Uncle Sam right off the bat. That's pretty cool. We want you. How you doing, sir?
Where do you have to go today?
City clerk. Town clerk, sorry.
Okay, so for the record, I'm stopping at the 135 mark. The person depicted in that video, Sergeant, who is that person, if you know?
That is Phil Janusa, the security guard.
Who was at that time employed by the City Hall for the city of Danbury?
Yes.
Why do you need my name, sir?
Huh?
Why do you need my name?
I need your name, or else you can't go upstairs. I have to clock everybody in. It's the house rules.
But you understand that by taking my name, you know,
Either you give me your name or I can't let you go upstairs. I have to give everybody a card and everybody's gonna log in. I don't set the rules, I enforce the rules. So either you give me your name or you can turn that thing off. Then you can give me your name or else you have to leave.
I'm not going to turn my camera off, sir, respectfully.
Or then you have to leave, you can't go upstairs. I have to, everybody's logged in. Everybody.
Well, all I'm saying is that it seems kind of backwards to me that to enter a this is a public
the
building,
way
right?
It is now. It wasn't like this before the pandemic. Now this is what they want me to do.
But
I don't
just-
make the rules. Like I said, I just do what I'm told. You have to sign it and you have to carry the card. If you don't want to sign it, you have to leave.
Yeah.
So
What
it's up to you.
I could give you a completely fake name, you wouldn't even know it, right?
You want to do that?
You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to.
I'd like to think that you're a trustworthy, honest person.
You know, it doesn't make any sense. And he just showed you that it doesn't make any sense. But at this point, it was just his ego. He didn't like Sean's attitude. And since Sean was standing up on his rights, he like, well, no, I'm gonna show that I have more power over your rights than you do. This is my building. That's the mindset he was in at that time, which is crazy.
Person.
I'm not gonna.
I'm not asking you your medical history or whatever. I'm just asking you for your name.
No,
Please
but
turn that off.
I'm not
Turn that
gonna.
off.
I'm not gonna turn that off, sir. But
Either you're gonna turn that off or you're giving your name or you're gonna go. What
Okay,
is it?
listen. So all I'm trying to explain
Why?
to you, sir, is
Y'all remember in the beginning of his video, the cop was telling him that it's just City Hall. It's no way that you can do that. It's a City Hall. What's wrong with him filming? And you see, he has an issue with him filming, but that's so what? If you don't like filming, you just don't like filming. But you can't make them turn their camera off or try to take it away from them. That's crazy.
is that I just shouldn't have to surrender my Fourth Amendment right to enter a
Don't
public
go
building.
there.
Don't
like I
go
said,
there. This is United States of America.
I am the guard here. I don't make the rules. I enforce the rules. This is what they want me to do. They want me to take your name, give you a card, and you go upstairs. Maybe in a month or two's time, then they might stop with carding in people's names and giving the cards.
Yeah, well,
What are you gonna do? Because I don't like being on film.
okay.
So you knock it off.
I can understand why.
Okay.
'Cause
So what do you want to do?
You're not a nice gentleman.
I'm not. I'm a rotten person. Yeah.
Your name is Janusa.
Look, buddy, either get out or else you give me your
touch me,
name.
man. Don't touch me.
Hang on.
He telling you he a rotten person, and obviously we can see that.
Don't touch me, man.
Hang on.
Don't touch me.
You wait. You don't go upstairs. Put it down
Is this
now. I'm
don't-
telling you right now.
Listen, man.
You
Don't
can get
touch me.
out.
Don't touch
I'm
me.
gonna call
Don't
Dave.
touch me. Yeah, do
He
that.
won't give me his name.
Do that. Sir, are you
I'm not
supervisor?
You have to give me your name and you have to take the card.
Okay, listen. Are you a supervisor, sir? No? So why are you here? You're not a supervisor who can fix this.
Hey, Phil. What happened? What happened to 797456? He always taking me. Who is?
I am, sir. I just don't want to surrender my Fourth Amendment right to enter a public building. That's all. I'm here to see the town clerk. I have business here. You can't refuse me from having business here. Exactly.
You have to, for the last
No, I
time,
do
turn
not.
the thing
No,
off.
and I'm not
You're
turning
getting
it
under my
off.
skin.
For what purpose? This is a
Why
first.
can't you
This is
give
a
me
First
your
Amendment.
name? Give me your name and you go upstairs. It's simple. I'm not asking
It's
you for your medical
the
history.
principle. It's the.
Do you have an appointment?
I am now going to have to do another one of these if you don't let me upstairs. I am serving your city with an intent to sue. I have business here.
Okay, then.
I don't have to give my name.
Town clerk, just call Jan.
Yeah, I have to clock him. I have to get his name and send him. No.
No, just call Jan.
I'm just here to serve her. That's all I'm here to
And
do.
just tell her what's happening, whether she wants to come down or not. And then,
It's for Jan.
no, just tell her that.
Janice R. Giegler, I'm here to see.
Right.
Geigler.
Hello, John.
There's no need to call the police.
Are you, sir? See that thing?
Who's there? How you doing?
Are you a state marshal?
Am I a state marshal?
No. Not a state marshal.
No. How do you know? You're making a big.
You can't go upstairs.
You're making a big mistake.
That's fine.
You're
Either
ju-
you
you're ju-
leave
you're
now
ju-
or I
you're
call
ju-
Denver.
You're dying. You're all you're doing.
Don't get that garbage, buddy.
all you're doing
I
is-
do my job and I do it very well.
No, you do, obviously not. Obviously not. Obviously not. You got anger problems, man. You shouldn't be doing a job like this if you got those anger
I've
problems.
got anger problems, buddy.
Yeah, you
My
do.
track record speaks for itself at the hospital. I was there 9 years. You're
All right.
stepping over. You're stepping over the line. Hang on.
No, I'm not. Exercising my right is stepping over the line.
Follow the lead like everybody else does.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you for that.
Yeah.
I'm asking you for your name.
This is a public building. I'm here to conduct business.
And the thing is, this happens at a lot of city halls. Like I remember, I have a couple videos of me going to a city hall, and the security guard there was telling me I need to sign in, and it doesn't make any sense. Why would you have to reveal your? Why would you have to give up your Fourth Amendment right just to go in a public building? That's the same with Hollywood. Hollywood here in Miami. So that was a thing here in Hollywood, Florida. Where else? Where they doing that at? In Tampa, they also, the security guard there in Tampa was, even the clerk came down and told him that he needs to have his ID out. But he wanted me to write down my name and get my information. But when I asked him for his name, his information, he didn't want to give it to me. It's crazy.
Why would I? When we're being so hospitable.
Yeah, but the thing is, the time doesn't matter, and
Oh, I think like I said, there's nobody else. They got two of them. They're doing it was fine.
How you doing
So
today,
this
officers?
gentleman wants to go up to see Jan up to the town. He's got a lot of his name, he's gonna take a car.
Exactly.
He doesn't want to relinquish his name, and he wants to go upstairs, and he keeps filming everything.
Yeah. So I'm filming everything because I'm a journalist.
If somebody's gonna commit a crime, they're not gonna give you their name, which is that's crazy within itself. To think that and it not be you're literally violating their Fourth Amendment, and to think that you can violate someone's Fourth Amendment in a public building is insane.
Journalist. Gathering contents for a story. So that's my First Amendment right. This is a public building. I'm not going to relinquish my name because I shouldn't have to relinquish my name. That's a violation of my Fourth Amendment rights to relinquish my name. This is a public building. I'm here to conduct official business. You guys already violated my rights yesterday.
Hey, sorry, just so the record's clear, we're at the 7:36 mark on the tape. Could you identify, if you know, the two officers one at a time, please? And as you look at the video, so to our right, as we're looking at as the viewer, who is that? He has a face mask on, appears to have a face mask on.
The officer with the face mask is Officer Adam Cantor.
And is he, I'm sorry,
Oh, sorry.
is he a patrol person as well?
Yes,
And is he, for the record, employed by the Danbury Police Department?
yes.
And the officer to his left appears to have facial hair. Who is that, with no mask on?
That is Officer David Santiago.
And what's his position?
He's a police officer as well.
Again, with the Danbury Police.
Correct.
I'm here to serve a notice of intent to sue. That's all I'm trying to do. And I would have been out of here, in and out. That's it. I'm not breaking any laws. This is a public building. It doesn't matter. They can't refuse service to me.
Yes, they can, sir. Yes, they can. At the end of the day, it is a public building, but if they want to refuse service.
I just want to get your guys' name. Cantor 683, Santiago 685. Yeah, so guys, you know, this is unfortunately wrong. This is a public building.
So what would you like us to do at this point?
I would.
Sorry, there appears to be an officer, a third one that just showed up at the 8:08 mark. I wrote that on there, maybe a few seconds before that. Who would that be?
That is Officer Daniel Benzing. He is a patrol officer of the Danbury Police Department.
Okay, thank you.
I would just like to. I would like to conduct my business. I have business here. This is a public building. I don't have to give my name. There is no law saying I have to serve this paperwork, this legal document, onto the town clerk.
Okay, if the town clerk came down here, would you like to?
I mean, if she wants to come down here, that's fine.
That's an option?
Yeah, sure.
Would that be an option or no?
Sure. I was just trying to get in and out of here. I'm here to serve paperwork. That's it. Can I get your name, sir?
I'm sorry?
Can I get your name, sir?
Officer Benson, badge number 674.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
What's your name?
I'm not going to give it. You guys know. You guys know.
First time in my life.
Well, you guys, no, I'm saying you guys, I'm not from here, but you know, you guys got my name and stuff yesterday. I just left the PD.
So, unfortunately, I don't have a say on what their rules and regulations are. That's up to the city. The city clearly has this in place. Visitors, if you'd like to sign in, you're more than welcome to. You can sign in. You can go do whatever you got to do.
Yeah.
But as far as
so you literally just said a name, right? So what's the issue?
there's no issue. I'm just trying to help you resolve it.
Okay, great. So you got what you believe is my name, and I'm trying to go upstairs to serve a legal document. That's it. And then I'm out of here. This is a public building. If I wanted to walk around here all day and report a notice of intent to sue, this is a legal document that I'm serving. No, you have to serve it on the town clerk. That's the way it works. I need to serve it to a Janice R. Geigler. I have a right to film here. You know what I mean? I do this all the time. You guys have no legal authority to stop me from filming. You have no legal authority to eject me from a public building. This is public. I'm not breaking any laws. That sign-in sheet is not law. So you guys aren't policy enforcement. You guys are law enforcement. So all I'm asking is to let me conduct my business in this public building that I have a right to be in and go about my day.
If they don't want you here, you're gonna have to leave.
So I'm gonna be trespassed from town hall?
Yes.
Are you telling me I'm trespassed as of now?
Trespass right this second.
Okay.
but
Well, you let me
The
know.
way
Okay.
it keeps on going, you can be trespassed. Yes, you can.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to do another one of these, man. Because you guys are. Can I request the supervisor, please? Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. You guys got a lot to learn over here, man. Seriously, I'm not trying to be an asshole to you guys. I'm not trying to be. I'm really not. All I'm really trying to do is stick up for my rights.
What's the whole issue? You just don't want to sign in?
Because no, I'll catch you up. So it's the Fourth Amendment prevents searches and seizure. So I shouldn't have to relinquish that right to enter a public building. That's all I'm saying.
So at what point did someone search you or seize you?
No, that giving my name. Yeah.
Giving your name is not being searched.
Yeah, it's you're seizing my name. You're forcing me. Yes, it does. Okay, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Procedure. The Fourth Amendment applies to motor vehicle, housing, and your person as far as physically.
My personal identification, my personal information.
Not like that. No.
You hear how dumb that cop is? He's saying Fourth Amendment is you're secured in everything, your persons, your ID, all of that. He thinks it's only about being in the car, which even then, like, see, it always throws me off when cops are some cops are just idiots and they don't know the law at all. They don't know about our rights at all. He literally took an oath to uphold our constitutional rights. He took an oath to it, to the Constitution, and he doesn't know anything about it. And he's just going off of nothing. Like, it's crazy.
It does, but okay. Alrighty. I don't want to argue.
Somebody be violating your Fourth Amendment right would be like me illegally searching your car, or me just.
He thinks that him searching the car is the only way that they can violate your Fourth Amendment.
Busting in your house and illegally searching your house.
Mm-hmm.
Or searching our house. He thinks that's the only way that they can violate the Fourth Amendment. He's an idiot. That's not how violating the Fourth Amendment can be. You taking the ID from somebody's pocket, or you forcing them to give you their ID, or any information about you. He's an idiot.
That's what the Fourth Amendment usually applies to.
Okay.
Again, this is their policy. That's what they want. That's up to them. When the supervisor comes, we'll make a decision as to what's going to go on, and we'll go from there.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Santiago, just let me know whenever you want me to, whenever you're telling me to leave under threat. All right, thank you. Because the minute you say those words, I'm going. All right?
We're not trying to harass you or anything like that.
No.
This is City Hall. If you wanted to do something, you have to just obey the rules.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. Like you said, it's their policy.
Yeah.
Right?
But just, I understand what you're saying, but let me just say it like this. Maybe this will paint a better picture. So the way it works is that the Constitution of the United States is on top. Then it goes laws, statutes, and then policies and stuff like that. So if the Constitution says I have a right to be here, that can't stop me from coming in here. So that's my point. And like I said, you might disagree, but I've done this enough times to know that what I'm saying is very, very true. And, it obviously.
Are you from Danbury?
No, I'm not from Danbury, but yeah. No, but I travel all over and do the same exact thing everywhere. And, get good results. So was policies back in the day that said, hey, colored people can't enter in this restaurant. That was a policy, right? It might have been a policy, but it doesn't trump the United States Constitution and it doesn't trump the laws. So, that's my basic point is that a policy, anybody could write a policy. Like they can have a policy in here that says, I can't film in here, right? Doesn't mean I can't, because your guys' job as law enforcement is you guys took oaths, all of you guys are sworn law enforcement officers. You guys took oaths to the U.S. Constitution, right? To uphold the Constitution. You didn't take an oath to uphold this paper that they have here. So that's just my point. And I know that we're not going to agree here, but if you'd like to verbally trespass me under threat of arrest, I will gladly leave, and it would just be another lawsuit that I'd have to file.
Sorry.
Unfortunately. I'm sure the corporate counsel's here in this office. But yeah, so they're the attorneys for the town of Waterbury. I'm sure if you just gave them a ring and said, hey, we're preventing this guy from going upstairs and conducting business here because he doesn't want to give us his name and he's recording, I am positive that person will say, let him through right now, because they're the ones that are going to have to deal with the lawsuit. You understand? So I'm just saying, maybe you should cover your bases like that and just call them. Just call the corporate counsel.
So there's nobody up there. I went to probate and they told
All right.
me, Mary, they said, you have them leave your number, we'll need to contact you. That's all I can do.
So then right here is I'm starting investigation.
That's a hell of a name.
Look, I'm just a party. I'm stationed down here. I don't walk the floors.
You're the first representation of this place, so they should maybe.
I'll say it again. Well, it's like two for the price of one. I went upstairs for you. I'm not supposed to leave my post down here. There's nobody there. I talked to somebody in probate. You can leave me your number and you can make an appointment and get back.
Yeah, but nobody answers.
That's all I can tell you, my friends. I mean, I can't go to the mayor's house and break his door.
Your name was Jane here.
Okay, at this point, I'm gonna ask you to start. It's 5 minutes to 5. That's about as far as we can go today. We're gonna resume tomorrow. I would say, be ready to go at 2:15. I will do my absolute best to make myself available at that time, certainly not to block it every day. Like I said, we're usually done in an opportunity here to get this trial completed in orderly fashion. If we're here at 2:15, be ready to go at that point. It might be a little longer, but certainly I don't anticipate it being anything like that. And once again, I apologize to our witnesses who are present. I understand doing that. There is a 12, of course. They were scheduled for 2, and I was unable to begin this until far after 2. Due to the fact that we had an unusually cumbersome docket today. So with that being said, we stand in recess now, 2:15, pick up where we left off tomorrow.
All right, court's now adjourned.
Thought I might.
All right, y'all. So I'm just go ahead and go into day 2. It's gonna be a pretty long string because I'm trying to just knock out this whole trial. So it's day 2.
House Superior Court is now back in session. Judge Stengel presiding.
Yeah, you can see it anymore. It's all set. Okay, so this is day 2 of State versus Reyes. A little better shape today than we were yesterday in terms of being able to get this started on time. So with that being said, we're going to continue where we left off yesterday. You see your witnesses here to pick up where he left off, and he's still on road.
He is present, Your Honor, yes.
Have him take the stand. For scheduling purposes, I'll defer to counsel's needs, but I'm thinking till 4:30. No later.
Sorry, Your Honor.
No later than 4:30?
That's fine. That's fine, Judge. Thank you very much.
Okay, and look, if there's something as we go, you have to get out of here, you have something you all, just let me, and we'll do what we can do.
Do it comes in the next 2 minutes.
You're already, maybe Tracy, you're not gonna let that one go. So with that being said, we will pick up where we left off. You ready to go, Madam Recorder?
If counsel can identify themselves.
Yes.
Judge, with respect to witnesses that are in the courtroom right now, I really have a great objection to if they've seen the video already, but to the extent that the officer
Are
testified.
you making an oral motion for sequestration?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'll join in the motion provided it's reciprocal and that the counsel is going to call any defense witnesses, but they also may not be present during the testimony of any witness and that they do not discuss their
No
testimony.
objection to that?
I don't have an objection.
Okay, so Attorney Seeger's making a motion for sequestration. There had been none until right now. Essentially, the motion is for to have any witnesses who are going to be testifying in this case remove themselves from the courtroom until they're called. Also, if you are going to be expelled as a witness in the case, you should not testify. You should not compare notes on your testimony or talk about what you're going to say to other witnesses who will be testifying as well. And that goes at the request of Attorney Zentner for any witnesses that counsel, Attorney Seeger, and co-counsel intend to call. Okay? Obviously, it doesn't apply to Mr. Reyes at all.
You have an attorney office just reminding our witnesses of the attorney office just reminding our witnesses about the sequestration.
Yes.
I have to take them to another room, Your Honor. I'll be back.
Understood. The Attorney Zentner checked out on.
I can have enough not to play it. I didn't grow up with technology, but I'm very, very slowly learning it.
Very good. Okay. Counsel, can you identify yourself for the purposes of our court reporter if she's new to your It's for this court.
Attorney Stevie Seeger for the defendant, Mr. Reyes, and that's Stephen, S-E-E-P-H-A-N.
Ingram Cooperman for Mr. Reyes. That's KPRMAN?
Correct, Your Honor, and I already provided the court reporter with this company.
I don't know why you did that. Okay, so with that being said, Sergeant, you are still under oath. We're going to resume your direct examination testimony from yesterday.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Teresa.
Okay, Sergeant Jacobellis, I'm going to now play where I think we left off yesterday before we broke for the evening, okay? If you could just focus on the big screen TV to your left.
How you doing today, Sergeant? So basically, I'm here on official business. I'm here to serve the town clerk with a notice of intent to sue. The problem I'm having is, yeah, sure.
Okay, let's stop it there at the 808 mark for the record. Sergeant Jacobellis, who is the, appears to be a police officer on the right of the screen, who is that?
That's now Detective Sergeant Stephen Castrovinci, and then he was a patrol sergeant.
Okay, and again, just for the record, he is employed with the Danbury Police Department.
Correct.
Thank you.
I actually just left your PD and I was just speaking to a sergeant with a really long name that I definitely forgot. Okay. But so basically I'm here to serve a notice of intent to sue on the town clerk of Waterbury. Official business here. I mean, sorry, keep getting confused. Danbury, the Danbury town clerk, Janice R. Geigler. That's who I'm here to, I'm just letting you know. So basically this gentleman, the security guard, said that unless I surrender my Fourth Amendment right of giving him my name, this is a public building. So unless I give him my name, I don't have access to this public building. You cannot permit me from entering a public building just because I won't give you my name. Guaranteed. So, I do this all the time. I don't want to hem you guys up. I'm not trying to be an asshole. He told me to turn off my camera. Again, I have a right to film in public buildings. So all I'm asking, this would have been done. I would have just went upstairs. My name is on here, and your officers seem to have a good inkling of what my name is. So yeah, you can use that. So it's just it seems like kind of petty.
The only thing I will tell you is I don't know if they're handing out like these visitors.
Yeah, they can hand me that. That's fine.
Maybe he's got to put your name on it.
Yeah, no, he doesn't have to put my name on the pass. They want my name for like a logbook.
Can I just see your visitor pass? I thought that was her name.
No. So like I said,
why wouldn't he give you a visitor pass? Did you say?
No, he did. But then he did give me one. But then he said, "What's your name?" And when I said, "Hey, listen, it's not about. It's just the principle of it. This is what I do. I'm a constitutional activist.
Okay.
So it's not about trying to be an asshole. My name is on all these documents I'm about to save. You know what I mean?
So did you hand in those documents?
I'm trying to go to the town clerk to hand them in so I can get out of here. That's all I'm trying to do. And I'm being denied. Again, I'm going to have to write another one of these up if you guys prevent me from going upstairs, because now I'm trying to just handle business in a public. This is
I don't
City
know
Hall.
What their protocol is here. Can I find that out before I
Yeah.
They may have...
No. But what I'm saying is I understand, and I hope you do get
I'm
the
just
protocol.
saying, if they say that you have to give the name to him, then what do we do?
So because what happens is,
but that's not us. That's this building.
Exactly.
It's not a public library like you were in yesterday.
Yes, exactly.
It's a different type of public place.
No, but it's still public.
No,
so,
I understand
and it's open
that.
to the public.
I know that, but I'm saying maybe this is since this is City Hall.
You know what I would do, Sarge? You know what I really?
I don't know.
But you know what I really do? So the way I explain to the other officers is Constitution, laws, statutes, and then policies, right?
Up there. How's that?
No, and then wait, just so I think this would solve everything, and I explain this to the officers. So there's a corporate counsel here, right? I'm actually going to be serving them a copy too.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, but what? Or maybe they have a paralegal in there. I don't know. But maybe if you give them, those are the people that are going to be representing Danbury in lawsuits, and they know the law. So it would be wise if you guys said, "Hey, this guy's over here saying that he doesn't have to give his name to conduct business in City Hall. Should we let him up?" And then that way, yeah, exactly. But find out from a lawyer who knows what they're talking about.
Talk to whoever I have to talk to.
Yeah, I'm just saying that it probably should be the lawyer, because I'm sure that they're going to be smart enough to do that.
Now, if you want to just hang out, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. Yeah, I know, but again, I was trespassed from the library yesterday. Again,
I understand that was That was
Exactly. And I talked to a lieutenant yesterday. He was like, "I'm glad they didn't arrest you." You know, because this is what I, no, I'm just saying this is
Right.
what I do.
I know
And
what you do. We were. I mean, I don't know why you're in Danbury, but yeah, I know.
yeah. No, I'm just visiting.
Because you're a New York resident, right?
Yeah. You guys know everything about me, so I don't know why I can't just go
I mean, that's
upstairs.
the first thing I'm dealing with here. But no, let me
Yeah.
go. Let me take a walk up there, and I'll figure.
Great. They seem to know who I am already, obviously, because what they did to me, how they violated my rights yesterday at the public library. So I really don't see the issue here.
Just hang out over here, man.
For
Just hang out in the lobby until they just figure out whatever's going on.
for what purpose?
Until we get everything situated, just stay out here with us.
Am I being detained?
No, I just want you to stay out here with us.
Okay.
Until we figure out what's going on and everything's settled, we're done, and then we can figure
Yeah,
out.
I'm just looking at these signs over here. That's all, man. That's all good.
All right, boss.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Are you Janice?
I am.
Janice Cagle. Hi, can you I'm here just to serve you with this notice of intent to sue. So, and this is a complaint. This is a statement that you can attach for your records. Can you stamp it, photocopy it, and give it back to me, Janice?
You just want a stamped in copy?
Yeah, because I'm filing. You know, I want to have proof that I gave it to you here today, Janice. That's all. And also, if you can give a copy to so that way, normally I would go do it myself, but obviously I'm not being allowed upstairs.
Give it to who?
The corporate counsel, because those are the people that are gonna, handle
Okay,
it.
so you want me to date stamp it and you want me to give you
A copy back, yeah.
Okay, you wait here
some-
then and I'll bring it down.
Sure. I mean, if that's what you want me to do, sure. Okay, great. Thanks, guys. Very simple.
You want me to come up with you or you good?
So, just I want to make it a norm. There's people that do what I do. I'm sure you guys have seen the videos and stuff like that. It's yeah, no, but what I really don't like is like I can come in here and say, "Hey, you effing no," start cursing at you and start getting crazy, and there's really nothing you can do about it. But I feel like that defeats the purpose of what I'm here to do because now I don't have any credibility. Now it's like this guy's an a-hole. This guy's in here just, he hates cops. He wants to defund the police. That's not what I want. I just want the police to be better educated on the law so that way you can, when times like this comes and you guys come, Santiago, and you walk in that door, you don't even need a sergeant. You could just say, "Hey, listen, this guy's well within his rights to film. He doesn't have to give his name tag to this building. Let him up." That's what I hope happens one day.
Listen, just so you understand.
Yeah.
That I'm only the recipient of the paper.
Yeah. I'm not suing you.
No, I know, but just so you understand that my office does not handle this situation. So I'm the recipient as I am with the state marshals. But then I pass it on to the
corporate counsel. Yeah, and they'll give me. I know how this works. Then they'll probably give me a ring.
Doesn't do anything with this.
No.
Just so
But you do pass it on to the corporation counsel,
do.
and they'll give me a ring. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
That's what we do.
All right. Thank you, Janice. Signed, dated. Cool. Thanks, guys. Thanks for your service. You guys have a good day. Stay safe out there. Well, those officers seemed like they were, pretty reasonable, but definitely seemed pretty reasonable. Just leaving here at Danbury City Hall. Obviously, guys, I could have went upstairs and, I could have just walked around and filmed without having any business, without serving this notice of intent on them. We all know that. But I got some appointments in Waterbury that I got to keep. So we'll just, we'll save this one. We'll get a revisit in on this one where we just come in and start walking around and filming, do an actual audit. Because again, this is not really, I didn't plan this to be an audit. I planned it to just serve the town clerk with my notice of intent to sue for what they did to me yesterday. And like I said, guys, we're out here affecting change little by little. Lawsuits, complaints, holding them accountable, whatever needs to get done is the only way to affect real change. And to do it in a respectful manner, an educated and articulate manner is the way that I like to do things. So I appreciate you guys. As always, stay safe. God bless. Long Island Audit. Peace.
Okay, that's the end of the first file, correct? Sergeant? Correct. Just so we're clear, you had no involvement on June 10th of 2021, which is this video that we just viewed. No, I did not have any. No, I have no further questions on direct. However, so the court and counsel are aware, the state does intend to call Sergeant Bellis back later on during the course of this hearing or trial, probably the fourth witness, if you will. There's two more following his testimony today, and then at the conclusion of their testimony, I would then ask to have this officer recalled on another area that the state did not explore in direct.
Okay, so you're across. Good afternoon, officer. So you were asked a question, right, Sergeant, sir. You asked a question whether or not you were there the day the video was filmed. You weren't there at all, correct?
No, I was not there.
The only knowledge you have about the ongoings on that day are depicted in the video, correct?
Yes,
And Mr. Reyes was not arrested that day, was he?
I don't believe so.
Are you aware that he was charged for anything in connection with his conduct on that day?
On that day, I don't know. I don't believe so. I think the only day he was arrested was July 15th, to my knowledge, in the afternoon.
Fair enough, and I think it was Patrol Sergeant at the time, Castro Vise, is that how you pronounce his name?
Castrovinci.
Yeah.
Technically, but it's commonly said Castrovinci.
You've seen his body cam too, haven't you?
No, I have not seen his body cam.
So you haven't seen that Patrol Sergeant's body cam from this day? Do you know if one exists?
From this day. No, I have not. I don't know if one exists.
Okay, and in fact, this incident takes place how many weeks before the incident precipitated the arrest, Mr. Reyes?
I'm sorry, how many? Well, if this was
You know.
July 10th, and then the incident that I was involved in the morning was July 15th, and then the incident he was arrested was the afternoon of July 15th. So it wouldn't be 9 weeks, it would be 5 days.
So it's your testimony that occurred about 4 or 5 days beforehand, is that right?
Without looking at the official, I know my incident was the 15th. I'm taking it on face value that that was the 10th. I could check internally, but I believe that's it.
Did you ever arrest Mr. Reyes?
No, I did not.
So you didn't use the video or your knowledge of this video in any way, shape, or form to affect an arrest of Mr. Reyes, did you, sir?
No.
We had a 3-hour conversation at some point, correct?
The day of my incident, yes.
And in relation to the date of this video, you remember what day it was that you interviewed Mr. Reyes in relation to the complaint for Mr. Janusa?
Again, that was the 15th, July 15th in the afternoon.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for that. Thank you.
Just to clarify, the video that we just saw is from June 10th, 2021.
June 10th? Yes. Oh, I thought it was July 10th. Right. I had one dealing with Mr. Reyes, that was July 15th. The rest of it, without being able to reference internal reports.
When you recall later on your testimony, you could check internal reports and then clarify the date of when this was shown. I was looking at the reports, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I could find any incident that the police department.
Okay, and then we'll have that clarified for the record.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Just the one dealing that you're talking about, did that dealing involve you arresting Mr. Reyes?
No.
You had a 3-hour dealing with him, did you, sir?
3 hours and 27 minutes is the length of the body cam. I believe I was probably talking to Mr. Reyes for, in total, I don't know, there's some driving in there, there's some speaking with Mr. Janusa, so roughly 2.5 hours probably.
You also have your own body cam of the interaction between you and Mr. Reyes, correct?
Yes.
And that's not all captured on that video, is it, sir?
No, those videos I was not involved in those.
Right. And in that 3.5 hours, are you inclined to arrest Mr. Reyes?
And I'm going to object on this is outside the scope of direct examination.
He said he had one meeting with Mr. Reyes, he opened the door, just inquiring briefly, a couple questions.
Did you make the arrest that day?
No, I did not.
Okay, Mr. Reyes wasn't creating public disturbance where you were interviewing, was it?
He was later found to have created public disturbance.
I didn't ask you if he was found, sir. I was asking about your experience with Mr. Reyes during the 3 hours of conversation you had with him. Did you arrest him for creating public disturbance?
Not that day, no.
Did you arrest him for trespass?
Not that day.
Yeah, thank you.
I was investigating that day.
Presenter?
Nothing further.
So he may step down, but as Attorney Zentner indicated, that he may be recalled. So the registration remains for you. Our sharing of information with regard to what was asked of you, what you testified to with the other potential. Okay. Give me a second. Presenter?
The state attorney in office is going to get the state's next witness. For the record, he is the city attorney for the city of Camden.
Sir, step up here. Bring your cup to stand, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
Good afternoon, sir. Do you solemnly sincerely swear that the information provided today is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. If you could please state your name and title.
My name is Laszlo Tinka, Deputy Corporation Counsel, Danbury,
Thank you very much, sir. Just spell last name for the monitor.
PINTER.
Thank you very much.
Make yourself comfortable. The microphone will, as long as your voice projects, the microphone will get everything that the recorder needs. Presenter, your witness.
Yes. Good afternoon, Attorney Pitcher.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Who do you work for?
I work for the city of Danbury, Connecticut.
Okay, in what capacity?
Capacity of Deputy Corporation Counsel, the Office of Corporation Counsel.
And what are your duties in that capacity?
They're very broad. We advise departments, individual department heads, and department personnel. We advise public safety officials. We advise elected officials on all matters concerning municipal law, except for those instances where we have to retain outside counsel, but they report to us even in that event.
And how long have you held this position?
The present position since 2006.
And prior to your being hired in that capacity, what was your experience before that?
I was in the office as Assistant Corporation Counsel since 1986.
Now, I would like to please direct your attention to the date of Thursday, July 15th, 2021. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And that was at City Hall in Danbury?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to speak to John? On that day, was there a security guard who was employed, who was being utilized in that capacity that day at City Hall front desk?
Yes, there was that protected personnel in the building.
Okay, and why was such a person hired, a security guard?
Largely, although I wasn't responsible for the hiring, in large case, in the larger case in this event, the person was hired in order to make sure that the safety of entering to the building was maintained and city policies implemented would be carried out by such personnel.
And for the record, Attorney Pinter, do you know the name of that individual who was working there in that day in that capacity?
Yes, it's Phil Giuliso.
Do you have roughly any idea of when Mr. Traduso was being utilized in that capacity? When he was first brought on?
I can't say for sure, but I would say sometime prior to summer of that year, 2021, yes, sometime prior to that point.
Now, did you have occasion in the morning of July 15, 2021, to go downstairs to the stairwell and meet an individual who appeared to have a cell phone that was taken?
Yes, I did go down at the request of the mayor's office and I went downstairs. I don't know what time it was in the morning that day.
Okay, and when you went downstairs in that stairwell, did you meet with anybody?
Yes, I saw that Mr. Januso was in the stairwell and then the Mr. Reyes was there. I don't know who came first, but I think both of them were in the stairwell when I came down that day.
And you walked down, you didn't take the elevator?
I walked down the stairs.
And did you meet, you said you met them both?
I did.
This person, Mr. Ray, that you met, do you see him in court today?
Yes,
Would you kindly point out what driver is wearing?
yes, he's in black, jacket, shirt, in the middle, in the front row there, between two other gentlemen.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, John Paul Reyes, please.
Correct, Ms. Sir.
And with the court's permission, I would now like to play what I would call file 2 of the state's exhibit that was exhibited yesterday before we said.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, again, this is subject to the same court.
You're renewing the objection which we talked about yesterday. This-
Correct.
There's a motion eliminating with regard specifically right now to anything uttered by the security guard. And in addition, there's a new motion eliminating filed today with regard to anything uttered on the tape by non-appearing Danbury police officers in terms of their admissibility, what the court can and cannot consider. In standing with yesterday, that's already been admitted as a full exhibit. We're going to play it, and then at the appropriate time, depending on when natural break is today, or if not tomorrow, of course, including with regard to what it will consider or will not consider. Certainly, the motion limits have been received, and motions limited have been received and are being given consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Having said that, Your Honor, may I ask the court's permission to play it?
What's up, buddy?
Oh, come back to my friend.
What's that?
Didn't we go through this already?
Huh? What do you gotta turn it
We
off?
we went through this already. Remember?
Yeah, but they're gonna give me forms now. You guys can film.
Okay. For the record, I'm stopping this tape, excuse me, at the 28-second mark. The individual who's in that photograph, which is LA University, do you recognize that individual from the picture?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize him?
Mr. Janusa, Mr. Phil Janusa.
And he would be, again, the security guard on that day, July 15th, 2021.
Yes.
You're gonna go upstairs. Your last name was Awesome? I forget.
No.
You're Sean.
There you
Okay,
go.
so what we do now, bye Carl, they're gonna have forms that you have to fill out a form before, you can roll the camera, like in the hallways and in, but you
Yeah.
can't go into a department.
I-
and film
I
up the
know-
camera.
I know exactly the rules
Okay.
on filming.
Yeah, all right, but I'm saying, and you can't disrupt.
That's
So like right now,
that's why I
yeah,
educated
so
you and the
they're-
officers
they're
last
supposed
time.
to, they're supposed to give me the forms as we speak. So you
Okay.
just wait here, just wait one second, I'm sorry.
All right. I don't really need a form though. It's not what I need. Okay. We're not gonna listen to this.
Down here. I'm not kidding. Wait down here. Just give me a minute. Show me some.
You didn't show me
Just
respect
wait
last time.
here.
No.
I gotta make
And
a
your
call.
mayor didn't show me
Wait
respect.
down here. Wait
I'm not-
down
I'm
here.
not
You're
waiting
not- You're
anymore.
not going upstairs. You're gonna wait down here.
Don't touch me.
You show me some
Hey,
respect.
listen.
Listen, you
Don't
wait
touch
down
me.
here.
Hey, don't
You
touch me. I'm just
Wait
walking in the
down
public
here.
building.
You're a pain in the ass. You're just
Okay,
trying to start
great.
trouble. You're
No,
gonna wait
by
down
walking,
here.
by walking.
I don't want you to
Please,
go upstairs. I have to
please.
call upstairs first.
Please.
I have to
Get
call
out of my
upstairs
way.
first.
I'm
I'm
asking
not
you to
gonna
get
get
out
out of your
my
way. Get out of
I'm
my
asking
way.
you to
Get
get out of my
outside.
way.
Get outside.
Get out of my way.
Get outside. You're not coming down. Do me a favor.
Based on what occurred that morning that you just described a few moments ago in your testimony, the person that Mr. Janusa is talking to, do you know who that individual is by his voice?
By voice, I believe, is Mr. Reyes.
Go to engineering. Go around the corner and get somebody. You're not going upstairs. You have to fill out a form
I
first.
don't need to fill out a form.
You're gonna fill out a form.
No, I'm not.
You're making the forms right now.
No, I'm
You
not.
can sign out. You're all set.
Thank you. I'll leave you my thing.
All right.
You're getting involved. You're getting involved in the wrong fight here.
Listen,
You're
buddy,
getting
I'm
involved in
tired
the
of
wrong
your
fight here.
nonsense. All you're about is having
Yeah.
people follow
Mhm.
you on YouTube and
Yep.
all that nonsense,
Yeah.
disrupting people.
I'm not
You gotta
disrupting anybody.
You need to get
Don't
a job.
talk to me and I'll
You need
be
to get a
and-
real
and
job. You're
don't
disrespecting
don't
me.
talk
You're
to
not
me,
gonna go.
and
I'll
I
talk
won't-
to you the way I want.
No, you
I'm
won't.
tired of your
No, you won't.
nonsense. I will.
No, you won't. You're gonna get out of my way.
You're not doing
Don't
it.
touch me. Don't touch me. I'm telling you not to touch me.
Can you call Danbury Council? I need forms. This is the thing. You get last. You're not going upstairs, brother. You'll
Don't-
be making the biggest
Don't
mistake of
touch
your
me, man.
life.
What do you mean? Is that a threat? Is that a
Go on.
threat?
Go upstairs to the third floor.
Janusa, Phil,
Get,
relax.
Get probably Dean or, get Dean. Okay, second floor. Yep. Tell him I need those forms too.
You're breaking the law by preventing me from movement, right?
I don't care.
You're not going to do what
I don't care if I lose my job, buddy. You're not going to keep going around and showing doing nonsense.
I'll be calling Allied Universal.
Good for you. Good for you.
You'll be back at the hospital.
We have new rules, buddy.
I don't care about
you. Have to fill. Well, I know you care. All you care about is yourself.
All I care about is the Constitution.
I don't give a damn. You and your Constitution, you can stick it.
Yeah.
You're not going anywhere until you fill out a form.
Okay. I could stick the Constitution. Very American, Phil. Hey, get out of my way, man.
You're not going anywhere,
Get out of my way.
I'm telling you, I'll put you through the wall.
Get out of my way. You're not
going
will
anywhere.
not.
You're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere.
You keep pushing me like that. We're gonna have a problem.
Try me,
We're
buddy.
gonna have a problem.
Try me, buddy.
We're gonna have a problem.
Try me.
Yeah.
I'll knock you down like I knocked trees down all my life.
Yeah. I'm not a tree. I hit back, buddy. Don't remember that. Remember that one.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not a tree.
All right. Well, you try
I
to
hit back.
See how hard you go down, buddy.
Yeah. You're wasting your time here. You need to stop. You need to stop. You need to calm down and stop.
Can you do me a favor? Yeah, sure. Can you go into the building department and see if Patrick, go onto the premise there, see Patrick, get Patrick. Sir.
You are preventing my movement from going upstairs, and
We're
it's
going to
gonna
prevent it until we get a form.
And it's. I don't need your form.
Well, you're
I'm
gonna
not gonna.
we have new laws here.
I don't
brother.
care. No, it's not
We
a
have
law.
new laws.
It's not a law.
Well, we are.
It's
We
not
have
a law.
new laws since
I'm
you
gonna
came
go
here
visit
last
the
time.
mayor.
No, you're not.
Yes,
You're
I
going to
am.
fill out a form.
Yes.
You're free to film.
I am
Laws
free
and
to
all
film.
this-
I know.
but you're not-
I educated on you. I educated
You're
you on
not
that last
going to
time. Remember?
film until you fill out a form.
Don't tell me I'm free to film. I know that. I told you that.
Well, you're going to fill out a form, or else you're
I'm
not going
not.
to film.
I'm not
Well,
filming
well,
that
then you're
form.
going to have to call the Danbury Police. You're not
Call
going
the Danbury
to
Police. Did that work? How'd that work out for you last time?
Disrupt everything.
How did that work out for you last time?
Listen, buddy.
How did that work out? Not the way you expected, did it? You're gonna listen. I got you on camera pushing me.
I'm not pushing you. Just get out of my face.
No, I got you on camera already pushing me. So you can either stop now and stand down, or you can sit in a jail cell tonight. Whichever one you want to do. Whichever one you want to do.
You call.
I wouldn't call Danbury
Give me
Police.
forms. Anybody coming in that has to start filming again, they do the elevator. We're trying. They're supposed to. They're gonna get me a form. He has to fill out a form before he starts rolling the tape.
Yeah.
We just implement that. I asked Tom to go get Dean.
Okay.
But, you know, that's,
Trying to
so
go
I don't want to let him upstairs until we have.
I'm trying to go
He's
upstairs
gotta
and see the
go-
town clerk. You prevented me from conducting business.
I spoke with Les this morning, and they're supposed to have forms for me to fill out. He's gonna fill out a form, and then he can go bounce in the
No, I can go
hallways.
about wherever I
filling the
want.
hallways, And he can't go, into a department and film over the counter.
Can you guys believe this guy?
Yep.
Can you believe him? Stop, man. Just stop. Stand down. You don't want to lose your job, right?
Buddy.
Do you want to go to jail? Is that what you want? You don't want
to
to
lose my
You
job.
already
In my heart, I'm
assaulted
doing the
me.
right thing.
In your
All you're
heart.
about is disruption.
No, I'm not. I'm
and
about
screwing
walking
everything
in a
up.
public building. Excuse me.
You're waiting here, buddy. You're not going
Excuse
anywhere.
me.
You're
I'm
gonna wait
asking
here.
you to move.
I'm not
I'm
gonna
asking
move.
you to move.
I'm not gonna move.
I'm gonna keep walking, man.
Go try to walk through me.
I'm not
Try
gonna
to walk
I'm
through
gonna
me,
keep
buddy.
walking. I'm gonna keep walking.
Back up, buddy. Back up.
Don't push me. There you go. Look at you. You're
Back
gonna go
up.
to jail.
You're not going
Now
good,
you're gonna go to
good,
jail.
Good. That's fine.
Now
That's
you're
fine.
gonna go to jail.
You're not going upstairs
You have
until
no
we get
authority
forms.
to push me.
We
No, get
have
out of here.
forms now. You're gonna fill out before you
No,
go.
I'm
Get
not.
out of my face, buddy.
I'm trying to walk. I'm not
You're
trying to
not
walk.
going
I'm gonna
anywhere
try to
till
walk
you get
around you.
forms. You're not
So that
going-
way
you're not going
you can't
anywhere.
say that I'm trying
You're
to
not going anywhere.
attack you in any way.
You're not going anywhere.
You're gonna go to jail. Now you're gonna be held accountable. Now you're going to jail. You made a big mistake. You could have just said, "Hey, buddy, remember me from last time?" That's it,
No, I'm
and
not
kept me
playing your
walking.
game.
You could have just let me
You're
keep
about, all
walking.
your about, all your
Yeah, I know.
Constitution. That's not going
Yeah,
to
yeah. Yeah.
Anybody coming
The,
up?
the Constitution's not going to get me anywhere, right?
You call the mayors. Okay. I'm just going to keep them in here, Tony.
You're costing your city more money. That's all you're doing.
We have new rules.
I don't care about the
You're
rules.
gonna fill out a form and then you're free to film.
No, I'm free
You
to
put that
film
on the
already.
calendar.
I'm free to film already. Yes, I am. I'm free to film.
You're gonna fill out.
Remember
a form
last
now.
time? Do you remember what happened
I
last
remember
time?
last time for an
So-
hour and a half, you disrupted everything and you caused a lot of.
You did, just like you're doing now.
Officers come out.
You
at
called
your
them.
expense.
You
Yeah,
called
because
them.
You
You called them,
disrupted
not
everything.
me. What's wrong with you?
Police are coming.
Yeah.
Let the police do it. Okay? All right? Police are coming. Okay.
Police are coming. Let the police deal with me. Excuse me now. I'm gonna go conduct my business. You're dismissed.
Try to go through me.
You're dismissed.
Try to go through me.
Wait till the police come. They'll work it out.
Wait for the police to come. That means go back to your desk and do your job.
Don't
Go
you
back
tell
to your
me ever
desk
what to do,
and
buddy
do your
boy.
job.
Don't ever tell me what to do.
Go back to
You
your
just go
desk
back, and once you go outside and
do
get a
your
real job.
Do your job. My job is to expose tyrants
No,
like
your
yourself,
job is
Phil.
to have, take up
That's my
time,
job.
take up time and take people's.
You're gonna go to jail today.
That's fine, that's fine.
That's like the fifth time you've pushed me.
Fine. I don't want you
You're
in
gonna
my
go to jail
face.
today. I'm trying to walk past you.
Well, you're
That's
not
all I'm trying
going,
to
you're
do.
not going anywhere.
Get out of my way.
We're gonna have a forum.
Get out of my way. I don't want your form.
Okay. Can we have a document marked ID, please, at this time? And close the clerk. I'll show the council first. Please. May I approach the witness, please? Okay, Attorney Pinder, I'm going to show you for the record what's been marked for ID purposes only as State's Exhibit 2. Would you kindly take a moment and look at that document, please?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This was a set of policies document that reflected the city policies in effect. And we will fill out that here.
So was it in effect as of the date, the operative date here, which would be July 15, 2021?
Yes,
As you look at right now, was that document made in the regular course of business?
yes, it was.
Was it the regular course of business to make such a document?
Yes,
Was it made or created shortly after the policies were decided and implemented?
yes.
David offers a full exhibit.
Your Honor, report here.
Of course.
Attorney Pinter, your job is corporation counsel, correct?
Deputy corporation.
Deputy corporation counsel. As part of that job, you advise the town and the city and the mayor and its employees, correct?
Yes,
You do not keep town records, correct? That's not part of your job.
we have records in our office.
I understand that your office has records. You do not keep the records, correct?
My office does.
You are corporation counsel, correct?
Deputy corporation.
Deputy corporation counsel. That is not part of deputy corporation counsel's job to keep town hall records, correct?
City Hall. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Could you clarify that? We do have records, we have files, lots
I
of files in
understand.
the office.
You, Attorney Pinter, do not keep corporation records or town hall records or city hall records as part of your job as deputy corporation counsel.
Yes, we do.
Is that a royal we, Attorney Pinter?
Our office maintains records of all kinds.
I'm not asking
records,
about your
client
office. You, Attorney Pinter,
I don't work privately, I work for the city.
you're still an attorney, correct?
Yes,
And you are deputy corporation counsel.
yes,
And as part of the job of the deputy corporation counsel, you provide legal advice, correct?
yes,
You do not keep business records of the town hall as part of your job as city deputy corporate counsel.
Object is asking.
No, that has not been answered.
On an old objection, it has not been.
So, again, as part of the job of deputy corporation counsel for the city of Danbury, you, sir, not your office, you do not keep business records, correct?
no, we do keep records.
Again, when you say we, you mean the office.
The office has city records in the office.
Correct. But you,
Personally, I don't, I'm not there personally, I work for the city.
and again, this policy, right? Did you author this?
Most of it,
And your job again is to give legal advice, correct?
yes.
So this is your legal opinion, correct?
It's not the way I would classify it. It's a policy created and approved by the mayor, partially by our office, as we do with anything. We produce, we research, and we help advise the client on production of policies, regulations, or other measures.
So this is not your end product, it's the mayor's end product, correct?
It's a collaboration, that's what we do every day.
The office of the corporate counsel, in this case deputy corporate counsel, is not a legislative body, correct?
That's correct.
You do not enact ordinances, correct?
Correct.
You do not enact rules, correct?
You don't enact anything.
Exactly. Your Honor, I would object, this is a wrong witness for authentication of this document, this is not a custodian of records.
Yeah, Your Honor, I would say the state has established this business record, he's employed in that capacity. He advises on legal matters such as this. I asked him the 3 foundational questions to satisfy the business record exception to the hearsay rule. It is relevant for the purpose of the testimony by way of the video, the evidence that is due so far about the defendant not signing in, and is consistent with that, it's consistent with the policy. This corroborates that. Statements of it is relevant.
Objections over rule matters and minutes of close of the business record. Foundation today. Next one. Go ahead and mark as opposed to it.
That's right.
It's been marked as opposed to it.
I'll give. May I have it, clerk, please? May I have one more document, please, mark for ID only, and I'll introduce it. I actually reflect I'm showing it to council.
Trustee, I'm going to assume that Attorney Crookman's handling everything involved.
He is.
Just one. Sorry, I don't.
He just asked
Can't
me
remember my
the number.
number. It's a little more. Right, good. That's all.
May I approach the witness, please? Like, for the record, Attorney Pincher, I'm going to show you what from our State's Exhibit 3 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that photograph?
It appears to be the front door, one of the front doors of City Hall.
And there appears to be a sign in that photo.
Yes, I see the
And
sign.
what does the sign say?
Sign says, "Welcome to the city of Danbury, all visitors must sign in."
Okay. And that's right, when you first, anyone from the public enters those front doors,
Yes,
there's a very accurate representation of what it depicts.
yes.
Three officers towards it.
The objection relevance doesn't establish what's relevant to the events in this particular case. It's just fairly accurate, represents what the door looks like at one time.
And if you agree to fair and accurate representation of the door at that time,
I was not there, Your Honor, I cannot agree to.
the motion is overruled, the objection is overruled, the unanimous, is opposed to it.
I'm just trying to conduct business in town hall, and this gentleman over here, Phil, tyrant over here, Phil, is not allowing me and is pushing me and is becoming physical with me. Who are you? Who are you, sir?
You have to fill a form out.
Who are you, sir?
I'm the deputy corporation counsel.
Oh, I'm going to be dealing with you. Great, great. So I'm sure you know. I'm just letting you know now. I'll be dealing with you soon.
Right.
Right. So just letting you know, he's preventing me from conducting business in the city hall. He's put his hands on me numerous times
You got my
on
face.
camera. He works. He's contracted with the city, correct? So I'm just letting you know it's going to be coming to light. So I would appreciate it if I was allowed to conduct my business that I'm here to conduct, and that's it, without interference from the government here at
What would you
Danbury.
like to do in the building exactly?
I am a journalist. I'm gathering content for my story.
Okay. Would you be going in the halls?
Yes, I'll be going and
Filming
any
just in the
public,
halls, just in the halls.
sir, respectfully, Your employees here are the ones that don't know the law. I know the law. I'm not going to be disrupting business. I'm here to record in publicly accessible areas, which is allowed under the First Amendment, freedom of press. You prevented me from doing that in your library here, the Danbury Public Library. You've prevented me from doing it here, and now you're preventing me again. So it seems like your city is creating a pattern to where you're not learning the lesson of the First Amendment and my constitutional rights. I've been nothing but respectful to people. Your security of watch the video. Watch the video.
All you're about
Watch
is
the
causing
videos.
commotion,
Watch the
harm,
videos.
and tying people up.
When a judge sees the videos and when a jury sees the videos, they'll understand.
Right.
And
So-
I'm going to hold your city accountable, and you're gonna see some.
So what the policy here is that people can walk the hallway, you can film the walls of the hallway. Hallway is a public space, it's not an issue with that. But you cannot film across the counters in individual offices because people are doing business.
At this point,
records in
at
there.
this
Would that
point,
be
sir.
satisfactory?
At this point, sir, you're explaining to me things that I already know, and I'm just trying to conduct my business. And each minute that I'm here, I'm being detained by this gentleman right now.
You're disrupting everything.
Well,
Okay, thanks for admitting you're detaining
Let's
me.
put it this way, we're just trying to clarify the purpose of the visit. And if you're saying that you're gonna.
This is
walk
a
the
public
halls-
building. I don't need to clarify it, so you know
I'm not
that.
disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that if you want to walk the halls.
No, but I heard the
film the
radio.
wall.
I heard the radio broadcast that your mayor did, and he said that he talked to you and got your advice and said that the public library that I was wrong. Listen, you're making big mistakes with all this news and with all the radio interviews and everything. The mayor you saw what the police chief said, did you not? Did you not see the police chief's statement?
Just talk to me about that. First of all, the library issue is a different issue. It's a different kind of facility
Mhm.
than the open halls of the city hall.
But it's
This is a public space.
Mhm. I know that. So I don't understand why I can't keep going on
there's-
with my business.
But you can go with the business. You just can't, there's certain things here you can't do. You can't film across the
This is what
counters
I go.
into spaces.
Have I
like
ever
that.
done that? No.
That's good.
But
That's
this
fine.
is, I know what I'm doing. I'm a journalist. I'm gathering content from my story, and I'm just trying to conduct my business.
This is fine. The hallways are open. You can film public stuff on the hallway walls. People have done that before, no issue with that.
Yeah.
What we can't allow you to do, it's not allow you to do, but what's improper to do is to stand at the counter.
But what
and
you're
film across
you're
the-
telling me things I already understand.
Okay, good.
I already understand. I don't break the law. Your city
All right.
does.
What
Your city
what
breaks the
Phil-
law.
What Phil has to do, with anybody.
Phil's
else
going
has
to jail.
He's not
Phil's going,
anywhere.
Phil's going to jail.
We're just trying.
You'll see.
We're just trying to explain to you what our reasonable policies are. Now we know what they are. So go ahead, walk around the
Great.
hall.
Great.
Okay, but
I'm
make
gonna-
sure the rule is that.
Hey,
when
I don't
go
need you to
into a
listen,
space-
I don't need you to tell me what to do.
Okay, so you
I
understand.
don't need you to tell me what to do.
Okay, just want to make it clear because
Okay.
it's a recent development because of the,
The First Amendment and freedom of press is a recent development for you guys. Come on.
as you know, the First Amendment has been the subject of litigation for 100 years. It's not so pat that everything is totally clear about it. There are distinctions in different places, different
Yeah.
buildings. different-
Public buildings.
You know that.
Public buildings,
You know the difference
which
between-
this
you know
is.
the difference between a limited public forum. and a
Forum,
public
yes,
forum?
I do.
Okay.
The library is
So
a
you know-
limited
so
public
you know
forum.
what to do.
This is not a limited public forum. This is just a public forum.
I agree with you. I
Okay,
agree.
so there should be
The
no
library
restrictions on,
is- The
so,
library is.
it's a limited public forum, but it's limited as far as protests. I wasn't protesting. I was peacefully, I wasn't disrupting business.
You're
And you'll
disrupting us
see,
right now.
you will see, you're disrupting yourself, Phil. You're disrupting yourself.
Just stay. You know.
The library incidents, litigation is coming. What you'll understand is that it is a limited public forum, but that's for protesting, creating disturbances, not for peacefully walking around filming, not even filming anybody individually,
Well, that
just filming
will-
the building.
That will be tested.
Yeah,
That will
and
be tested.
that's why I do this, to test it, to see if the courts
Understood.
will
So
support-
here we have a public forum
I understand that.
that
I
stops at
understand
the
that.
counter of the offices.
Okay,
That's understood.
okay.
We're good.
I-
We're good.
Just so you understand, the counter, anything I can see from public, I can film from public because the eyes can't trespass. So any sensitive documents you have that could be seen from me standing in public, you should probably remove
Can't do
them.
that. Can't do
do that.
I can
You cannot
film with,
film across the counter.
I can't put my phone across the counter.
You can film in the foyer.
I can,
in that
yeah.
immediate area, but
I
not
can,
across the counter.
I can film the counter though. I know I can do that. I don't need you to tell me what I can and cannot do. Like I said, I know I can film the counter and the people working at the counter from the public lobby.
You can't film across the counter though.
Okay, I don't know I don't know what you're meaning by across the
Keep your
counter.
film to the edge of the counter, not on the counter.
Yeah, this is what I do. So I know you need to educate Phil and everybody else here who has a problem, not me.
My clients have already been educated that the counter is the barrier. No matter who
Okay,
comes
great.
in,
No, they're not
the
going to, your
barrier.
clients aren't going to be fully educated until this is brought for litigation. And then
Bring the litigation.
it's coming.
Fine.
It's
Fine.
coming.
But keep in
I'm
mind
waiting
that-
on body. You guys are holding up body camera footage. You guys are doing all the work to try and keep
in
you
mind
guys
that
are
we're not disagreeing with you.
denying FOIA requests.
Public forum.
Yeah.
So, come on.
Well, you did last time. Why this time is this time different?
I didn't see you last time.
Yeah, but your clients did, and they prevented me, right?
I can't speak for that.
You've seen the video though, right?
I'd like to offer, have markup ID and other exhibit, please. Yeah, first purpose. May I approach the witness, please? Showing you what's been marked, Attorney Pinter has State's Exhibit 4 for ID only. Take a moment, please, and look at that stapled document.
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
I do.
And how do you recognize this document?
This was a document I produced as a term headed an advisory memorandum July 8, 2021 from our office.
Okay, what was essentially the topic or the area of law that you advised the mayor on? From this is dated July 8, 2021.
Yeah, the gist of the memorandum.
Your Honor, objection, witness is about to read from the document, not an evidence. Stand.
I wasn't reading from it, but it's title. But the document.
So just, there's objection, they were sustained, so you cannot read, in case you were, I didn't see you were doing that. Attorney made an objection, I objected that you can't, I sustained this objection, you cannot read the document, as you know. Continue with your.
What was the essence of what that document was about?
The essence of it was the examination of First Amendment law with respect to public facilities.
Okay. And you said it's dated July 8th, 2021? That was 1 week before you met Mr. Reyes in the stairwell?
Yes.
And this memorandum, where was it circulated after you had created it?
Once the mayor had received it, it was circulated to essentially departments, city departments, officials, heads of departments.
Okay, and to your knowledge, that was disseminated to them prior to July 15, 2021?
Yes, yes.
And again, the same question I asked you earlier, this document, was it made in the regular course of business? Was it the regular course of business to make such a document as legal issues came up?
Yes.
And was it made or created shortly after you had conducted your research and then prepared the documents?
Yes.
And this had to do with it is also, you said, have to do with the filming of certain areas within City Hall building?
Yes, it did.
And the document that was shown earlier, which I believe is State's Exhibit 2. Again, showing this is a photo exhibit which you can make from. This number 2, the State's Exhibit 2, which was created in part as a result of your research regarding State's Exhibit 4 for ID only.
Yes.
And you also indicated, I think, if I heard correctly on the tape or the video, that you had educated your people about this issue.
Yes, we did.
Now, I'm going to offer State's Exhibit 4.
Brief minute here, Your Honor.
Yes.
First question, is it being offered as a business record? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Sir, this is a legal memo, correct?
This is your legal opinion, correct?
Yes.
This is your advice to your client, the city. In fact, it's an attorney-client communication, correct?
In essence,
It is. It's being offered, it was provided to provide legal advice to your client, the city, and you as an attorney provided that legal advice. Now, do I understand correctly, you waive attorney-client privilege with respect to, on behalf of your client, with respect to the matters in this document?
Objection, Your Honor. He doesn't have.
Because if he doesn't, there's other issues here.
So it's you're objecting, you are asking questions saying the business record here, which for the foundation has been laid, is a violation of attorney-client privilege.
I have further questions. This is only one of them. I may have additional questions.
I'll overrule the objection. Continue.
And again, this is based on your research as an attorney, correct?
yes,
It's a legal opinion. It's your opinion.
it's our office.
No, but you represent your office as the deputy chief counsel, correct? So having said that, it's an internal memo, correct?
Yes,
And this memo would not be subject to a FOIA request, correct? If it was requested.
someone could request to provide.
And you would not provide it because it's attorney-client communication, correct?
It's possible, it depends, because the Freedom of Information Law is not, it has nuances, but it's
Certainly does.
where there are exceptions and there are documents that are public records. Then you have to examine each request accordingly.
And does your office examine the FOIA requests?
You've asked to, some departments get them and they deal with them, some we don't.
So if somebody asked for your legal memoranda to your client in a FOIA request, would you provide it in response to that request?
We would provide an opinion to accommodate that request. Yes, it would be in a memo form, it could be in an email form, it could be in any form.
I'm not asking you to provide an opinion. If you are asked to provide your legal memoranda to your client, the city of Danbury, in a FOIA request, would you then go to your files or records and then provide your legal memoranda to the city of Danbury in response to a FOIA request?
Then the objection is getting far field from the offer.
Yeah, I'm trying to give you some leeway here. Well, it's been offered as a business record. He's going to testify to it. What is your objection?
I can tell Your Honor where I'm going with this line of question.
Let's get it.
If it's attorney-client privileged, it's not an ordinary course of business because this is a public body, not just a regular business, right? What they have available to the public would be in the ordinary course of business. Legal memoranda are upon request. They don't just publish legal memoranda constantly. In other words, if I had a client,
So is your argument that this type of document is not produced by the deputy corporation counsel in the normal course of his business?
in an ordinary course of business, Your Honor, because it's
Is
upon
that your
request.
question?
That's not my only objection.
That objection is overrulable.
Okay.
What is your next objection?
So my next question is, I think I've asked that question. Your Honor. So now my next objection is this. This is a witness's legal opinion, a witness who has not been, one, disclosed as an expert, and even if he is an expert, will be testifying on an ultimate issue in this case, whether or not there's a constitutional violation. And that's what it's being offered for. It's legal advice.
Right now, it's being offered as a business record, Chief.
But that's an exception to a hearsay.
I assume once if it is entered into as a full exhibit, you can inquire further as to all the other issues you want to inquire.
No, Your Honor, this is a very different, it's not a hearsay issue anymore. It's an issue of admissibility of either a lay witness, if he's being offered as a lay witness, as to an opinion, as to whether or not something is constitutionally sound or not, a germane issue in this case. Or an expert.
Let me see that. It seems to me it's being offered as a policy that was authored to deal with situations in the building.
The thing is, Your Honor, you can see it's not a policy, it's a Q&A. pass that over.
And I read the document, it does appear to be a legal memorandum. Is that, so was that written at the request of the mayor? Or was it provided to you, provided by you to the mayor, without?
It was a request, it was provided by our office to the mayor for guidance.
Your Honor, again, same objection, expert opinion or lay opinion has no relevance to this case. What this attorney's, no matter how tenured or seasoned, what his opinion is as to how the First Amendment applies to the deputy city hall.
Did this particular memorandum lead to, where's the other documents currently? Did that legal memorandum lead to this?
It did, because as most attorneys will understand, especially municipal attorneys, you need to do careful research examining the issue, and then you develop a product after that. The product was the bottom portion of that exhibit, that document there. Yes. So
Which came first? That document, which is not yet in evidence, or this document, which is in evidence?
the document that is not in evidence.
I find certainly both documents are relevant to the situation we have here. Obviously, I think maybe as relevant as it gets to include. So your objection as to relevance is overruled with your other attorneys.
Again, Your Honor, what is being offered for what purpose? That there's an opinion?
It's being offered because I assume that's the policy that was in effect at City Hall the day in question.
Your Honor, again, my objection.
Is that not relevant to include?
Because it's not a policy, it's advice to, there's two exhibits, one which is already in evidence.
And that is pretty much a rundown of the policy at City Hall at the time of the incident in question, is it not?
No, Your Honor, it's advice about the First Amendment.
So you're saying that it's not policy, that is advice?
That is exactly what.
We can agree to disagree. Your objection's overruled. Anything else?
Nothing further on this issue.
Is there any further objection to the marking of this as a full exhibit?
Your Honor, again, same objections as before, just to preserve the record. Lay opinion or expert opinion on ultimate issue, not a policy. Relevance.
The ultimate issue is whether or not he violated statute 53A110A or statute 53A181A.
Your Honor.
That's the ultimate issue. Whether or not there's a constitutional defense to whether or not it's been violated will be your defense to me. So your objection there is overruled as well. It's not the ultimate issue.
Again, Your Honor, to preserve the record, there is a question whether or not these statutes, as applied to my client, would violate his First Amendment rights. So it is an ultimate issue. No, it's just to preserve the record.
Okay. Overruled again.
So for the record, is now a full exhibit, states exhibit 4, Your Honor.
Any further objections to being marked as a full exhibit, Attorney Koopman? Or you want to make the one you made already?
Same objections, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Okay, if I could just direct your attention again, turn attention to the video.
But keep in
I'm
mind-
waiting on body. You guys are holding up body camera footage. You guys are doing all the work to try and keep.
Keep in
you
mind
guys
that
are
we're not disagreeing with your
denying
right to
FOIA
walk in the
requests.
public forum.
Yeah.
So, come on.
Well, you did last time. Why this time is this time different?
I didn't see you last time.
Yeah, but your clients did, and they prevented me, right?
I can't speak for that.
You've seen the video though, right?
There's been an understanding of a policy that's in place now. So we just ask that people respect the policy because that policy
At this point,
protects both public
I
and
believe law enforcement was called, so I'm gonna wait for law enforcement before I do my little walk around the building, and then yeah, Phil, you're going to jail.
Let them go. I'll walk around with them.
Yeah.
I'll walk around.
Has the police been called?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Wasting resources again on a journalist.
Right, our professional will walk around with you and make sure that.
He can do
that
whatever
rule-
he can
those
do whatever
rules
he
are-
likes. He can
And
do
then
whatever he likes.
if you don't disagree with something he says in the policy, then you do
He
have
can do
to-
whatever he likes.
you'll
But
have to
I'll
bring
be
an
waiting
action.
for law enforcement as he put his hands on me several times on video. So that's how this is going to play out
Well,
today, Phil.
You got in my face.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Thanks.
Okay, let's go on. Thanks, Sean.
Seems Danbury City Hall hasn't learned their lesson here. This gentleman is the deputy corporation counsel here. He's going to be the one representing them in the upcoming lawsuit. Phil over here is unstable. He needs to be relieved of his duties immediately. As soon as the police come, we're going to be pressing charges against Phil here. As you can see, Phil pushed me many times, got in my face. Uncalled for behavior by public servants here. Is there any cameras in here? No cameras. Seems I have the only camera here. There's ones over here. They wouldn't have seen him pushing me though. You guys don't comply with FOIA requests. I've been trying to get FOIA information from you guys for a while.
All I'm saying is that that's available if you want to see.
I know.
public record.
Just like these cameras here, I can FOIA request those, the security footage,
FOIA request
any public record. Yeah.
You know, so that you've probably done that. in different
Yeah,
places. That's
yeah.
fine. That's
The
fine.
library, the police department body cameras, all of it.
Sure.
Mhm.
Are you still working?
No, I left the bank, actually 2 years ago.
Sorry, that's my decision. May I just have a moment, counsel, for like 10 seconds, please?
Chair's in there.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry.
Chair Cooper is it.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
Before we go start walking around, we're going to wait here for law enforcement to arrive, as they called law enforcement here. And we're going to be pressing charges on security officer Phil here from Allied Universal. I don't know what they feed these guys at Allied and what type of propaganda they feed them, but there goes your ride.
Chair Center.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's a little before 10 of, we indicated we're at 4:30, we've been going for a while. You want a brief recess, staff needs a brief recess, I'm talking 5 minutes, are we good? Council, you're both fine continuing? Well,
I thought we were taking a break this month.
this is what I'm asking, so we'll, and now I think it's good time, about halfway through what we plan on doing today. So we'll stay in a recess, 4 p.m.
All right, what's my recess? So you're still under oath, members, and the sequestration is still.
Yes, sir.
Please be seated. Okay, so.
It's 4, we're gonna have to go to 4:30, there's a natural break, one shortly before. I'm fine with that tomorrow, I'm gonna suggest 2:15. We did much better today, hopefully we will continue to do well with regard to staying on schedule. We're at the mercy, as council knows, as to how long my daily docket takes, and yesterday I feel was an anomaly, today was probably more typical, and it's more, maybe even better, because there are times when we're done by 1 as well, so. So we'll shoot for 2:15, obviously, the goal is to get as much done each day as we can. So with that being said, sir, you're still under oath. Direct examination may continue.
So I'm going to continue with the video, Your Honor.
Let's go out. officers. How you doing, sir? Yeah, I got to talk to you guys when you get a chance. I got to report a crime. Hey, is that Utter? Is that Officer Utter?
May I just move the counsel, please, Your Honor?
How you doing today, Sarge?
Good, yourself?
Pretty good. Can I just get your name?
Sergeant Fernandez.
Sergeant Fernandez. And what was your name, sir?
It's right here, pal. Officer Jacobellis.
Yeah, so what you're wearing right there, that's just a costume. I'd appreciate it if you just identified yourself so I know you're law enforcement.
I told you, Officer Jacobellis.
Oh, okay. 651. Thank you. Sergeant, I would like to report.
I stopped it for the record at the 2006 mark. This, I would call file number 2, case number 2. Attorney Pinter, did you have any further involvement in the morning regarding Mr. Reyes? The morning of July 15, 2021.
I don't believe I did. There was a statement that I gave to an officer. I don't recall if that was the morning or afternoon.
Okay. Okay, you said, I think it's been admitted as State's Exhibit 2, among other things, there was a sign-in policy for those who are visiting City Hall to conduct whatever business they have at City Hall on a given day. Why was there a sign-in policy back in July 15th, 2021? What was your understanding as to why there wasn't?
Your Honor, objection relatives. Overruled.
So at the time, starting in 2020, the governor issued his executive orders that applied to the COVID situation. And those executive orders trickled down to the municipalities and other agencies. In addition, the then Mayor Bowman, issued a local declaration of emergency. So the trickle down of that was to put protective measures in place for the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens, the voters, and the occupants of Danbury. And so early policies included masking up at given times, signing requirements so that the health department could fully advise itself and other city agencies regarding individuals in some level of detail. I'm not intimately familiar with that, but that's the sign-in policy, which provided a way for city officials, including the health department, state officials, to see what was going on and who was in the building, in what capacity, et cetera. So it allowed probably every municipality in the state to check and make sure that people were going to certain offices, were carefully protecting city officials and other public in the buildings. In essence, it was that kind of intent.
Let me ask you this, was such a policy of sign-in, did it also allow a given building like City Hall to keep track of those who entered the building and those exited so that it didn't have too many people at that time because of the pandemic?
Objection leading, Your Honor. Sustained.
Was there another reason as to why it was a sign-up sheet other than one you just identified?
Yes, in the case of an official in front of the building, when people came in, whoever that official might have been, it was a way to ascertain the names of individuals and then provide them with a card for the particular department that they were indicated they were going to. The reason for that was that was an additional way to make sure that everyone knew where people were for precaution and safety, and make sure that officers knew that somebody was coming up and that people would be masked up. You know, it was a different time. So that was the essence of one of the clear essences of the policy.
And could you identify the reason as to why there was a prohibition regarding filming at or behind the counter of a given officer position?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, after our review, our determination was that in the best interests of the safety and security of the building as well as its officials, that, and the information that citizenry provides, in addition, and included in that, is information on computer screens, which would be compromised, respectively, the area would be compromised if individuals were allowed to freely roam and film in those areas. So if one looks at the opinion that we rendered, it indicates that there are certain areas, parts of buildings, some buildings, and facilities that are limited public forum. Limited public forum is called that for a reason. It's called that because.
Your Honor, objection, witnesses offered legal opinion at this point, what a limited public forum is.
I think he's answering the question, but, why don't you restate the question, and you can start again. Objection is sustained.
Please help me. I was asking for if you could identify the reasons as to the prohibition regarding filming at or behind the counter of a given department, like the assessor's office, things like that.
Yes, so it was intended, that part of it was intended to safeguard not only the public officials in doing their duties, but citizens, documents, records, and other information could be compromised if someone filmed those items across the county.
And what kind of, the documents that you're just referring to, would you consider them sensitive in nature so that they can be?
They could be. Nobody knows for sure.
Would they include, for example, somebody's date of birth?
Good, yes.
Social security number?
That too.
These are locations. You said earlier in your testimony that you gave us a written statement that day. Do you remember you saying that, Attorney Pinter?
I do.
Do you remember about what time it was? Do you remember? If not,
Well, I don't recall if it was after the morning or the afternoon. It was after, in the afternoon, maybe around 2 o'clock, 2:30.
If I showed you your statement, would it refresh your memory as to the time?
It would help.
May I approach the witness, please?
Okay.
You just read it to yourself silently. When your memory's been refreshed, calmly look up. Is your memory now refreshed?
Yes.
So what was the time?
About 2:30 in the afternoon, 2:40 in the afternoon.
The 17th?
The 20, I'm sorry, of July 15th of 2021. At this point, just so we're clear, I'm going to move ahead to what I call file number 3, because this witness indicated that he didn't have any more dealings with Mr. Reyes that morning. like to now proceed to the next, security guard. Let's see which one.
Your Honor, just again, to perfect the record, this is a file that's part of the Exhibit 1, which Your Honor already issued,
And I had to
said the orders and
I will indicate now for the record, certainly we need, with regard to the motions to limit, any statements made by Mr. Janusa, on this video, hearsay not admissible unless offered for on a reason other than the truth of the matter, or offered within the exception of the hearsay rule. And with regard to the defense motion, limited with regard to the officers that appear on the video as well, and the officers who appeared in the video, their statements, if they do not testify here, are deemed hearsay and are not admissible in that they will not be considered by myself, who's the trier of fact. We've done it this way to expedite what would have been a very laborious undertaking of cutting and pasting and splicing or whatever the proper terms are for audiovisual presentation. So certainly, if there are individual statements that are hearsay and therefore not to be considered by myself in my deliberating on the two charges here, you can make those arguments at the appropriate time.
I will wait. I was gonna say at a later time when both counsel can argue counsel's motion limiting on this.
So as a blanket statement, both motions limiting are granted, but subject to any offering of of reasons why certain individual, and then we'll get into the individual moments and minutes and seconds on the screen as to what in particular statements he's offering as potential exceptions to the hearsay rule.
understood, Your Honor.
Thank you. And I just want to also be clear, there's one other theory I want to offer, which I did not do yesterday, but I would like the court to also consider.
But wait, to the stand now, you want to do it now? I did that now.
I can do it on later.
I made the objection, but
I'll do it, that's fine, I'll do it later. So,
Thank you.
okay, thank you, Judge.
All right, guys. So we just left the Danbury Police Department. We're here at Danbury City Hall again to accomplish our original mission, was to peacefully exercise our First Amendment right here. So we're back here. Looks like the security guard that assaulted me is here, chumming it up with the sergeant here. So must be a friend. Hopefully that doesn't prevent the Danbury PD from doing their job. But let's go in, see what he's got to, see got anything to say about his actions, because the warrant's been submitted to the state's attorney's office here. So
I'll be right with you, sir.
I don't need any help, sir. How you doing?
I need to stop here at the 114 mark. The footage that you're seeing here, you show your picture, what is that? There's these stairs and a banister.
From the image, it looks like the first floor going to the second floor of the stairwell in that part of City Hall.
So you can take an elevator or you can hit a stairwell?
Yes, either way.
So this is our first time they're allowing us to come upstairs and walk around in City Hall, which I should have been allowed to do from the get-go. But, you know, everybody learns eventually. This is the gentleman that's going to be arrested and hopefully fired for his egregious actions here today. Security guard, Phil.
The footage that we just saw about 3 seconds ago, for the record, I am at the 227 mark on the third file. What would you recognize where the camera for office that is? Within City Hall, you want me to rewind?
No, I recognize the second floor, I believe it was near the tax collector's office.
Okay. And that's where, is that where the camera appears to pan?
Yes.
So that's the marriage.
No, so-
How did that last relationship?
Okay, where is this, for the record again, is at the 252 mark on the file with the alcohol. What is this office here? What's the period?
That appears to be the office of the town clerk.
And obviously you're familiar with it, having worked there how many years?
35 years.
You can't film in here. You're not allowed to film over the counter. We
Yeah,
talked about before.
I can film in here. I can.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Why? What is so hard? But what is so hard for you guys to understand that I'm allowed to film in public?
You're not allowed to.
I don't understand. I'm not here being unreasonable.
You are.
I can film people and customers. You might want to get the attorney back down here.
All right, you do that. Then you're.
No, you.
I was off the street. The gentleman is leaning up against the counter. When Mr. Reyes walks in, someone says, the first person says you can't film in here. Is that the security guard or is that person in the blue shirt, hands on the counter?
I believe it's the security guard. I have to hear it again. I was thinking.
It's just no distinction. I'm not sure. I'm just curious. Do we know who that was? Is that person of any import here?
I can ask you, what is that? Do you know who that person is by chance?
I don't recognize the person, could have been just a member of the.
Okay, when I heard off camera, first person to say you can't film here. I didn't know if it was him or the car.
Let me ask a follow-up based on the question you've heard. The person that said, no, you can't, do you recognize the voice? You want to hear it again?
I would like to hear it again. I didn't immediately recognize it.
If you can't identify, it's fine. I just was curious if that was which one of the gentlemen said. He's turning right, that's what I saw.
It's hard to play it back exactly.
No, so-
How did that last relationship begin?
You can't film in here. You're not allowed to film over the counter. We
Yeah, I
talked
can.
about before.
I can.
I recognize the voice.
The voice of the, is it Janissa?
Yes.
Film in here. I can.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Why? What is so hard? But what is so hard for you guys to understand that I'm allowed to film in public?
You're not allowed to.
I
film
don't
over the
understand.
counter.
I'm not
You
here
were
being
told that.
unreasonable.
You are.
I understand that I'm allowed to film in public.
You're not allowed to.
I don't understand. I'm not here being unreasonable.
You are.
I can film people and customers. You might want to get the attorney back down here.
All right, you do that. Then you're
No,
doing
you
wrong.
can do that.
No,
I don't
you
need
can do
to.
it
I
by
know what I'm
standing
doing
out
is
in the
right.
hallway.
I wouldn't
go
get
in the
any more
hallway.
trouble than you're already in.
Buddy, you're really forcing the envelope.
No,
You know
I
what?
wouldn't
You
get
were
any more
told
trouble.
You can film the walls, you can film the
I can
hallways.
film anywhere
No,
in
you're not.
public.
You cannot come in a department, disrupt it, and film
I'm
over
not
the
disrupting
counter.
anything.
You're filming over the counter. You're not allowed to do that.
I'm allowed to film
you're
anywhere
not.
I can
No,
see
you're
from
not.
public. Yes,
You're
I
not
can.
allowed to come in a department and film over the counter.
Phil, listen.
Sean,
You don't want to get
give me
involved.
that.
You don't want to get
Yeah,
involved
I
in
don't
things
care
that
what you're
you're
into.
already
You know what? I don't care. You're not going to do it
You're
on
already-
my watch. That's fine. You're not going
on
to do it
your
on my
watch. You're not going to be
I
working
don't
here
care.
very
That's
long.
fine. That's fine. I'm not going to. I don't
Got
care.
a couple more days
That's
at
fine.
most.
Who cares? I don't care.
The
You're not
warrant,
gonna
the
film.
warrant's been sent.
You're good.
The
You're
warrant's
not
been
going to
sent.
film. You're not going to film.
You're gonna
in
want
here.
to surrender
You're
yourself
not going to
soon.
film in here.
Okay.
You're not allowed to. We were told by the officers. You're not allowed to come into
No, I
department.
was
and film.
not.
You're not allowed to film over the counter.
I can film wherever
No,
I'd
you're
like
not.
in
Well, you're not
public.
gonna. You're
Yes,
not
I am. I am right now.
Oh, you're not. I'm going to block you.
I mean, you can do that
That's
if you'd
fine.
like. You can do whatever you'd like. You could just keep getting in my way. Keep representing Allied
That's
Universal
fine.
in the
That's
city
fine.
of
That's
Danbury
fine.
the way you
That's
are.
fine. You were told you're not allowed to come into a department and film over the counter.
That's wrong information. Just because you got wrong information doesn't make it true, right? So that just because you're getting bad information, you're a security guard. You're supposed to observe and report. You're not supposed to put your hands on me.
Is an instigator. You got in my face. All
I
you
didn't get
are
in
is
your
an
face.
instigator.
Lie.
All you are is an
Lie.
instigator and like to start
You're a
trouble.
liar.
You need to get a life and a
Nope.
job.
You
That's
need
fine.
you need
That's
to get
fine.
another job.
That's
That's
fine.
what you need.
That's fine.
You
That's
better
fine.
find another
That's fine.
job.
That's fine.
You better find another job. Don't touch me. And don't touch my
You're
camera.
not going to film in here.
Don't touch me.
You're
Don't
not
touch
allowed
my
to film
camera.
No, you are not allowed to film people.
So what? So why don't you call Danbury Police Department and have me arrested
We don't
for?
But there was another voice that said you're not allowed to film here. Do you recognize that voice?
In the back,
Yes.
perhaps it was the town clerk, Ms. Keeler.
What is your first name?
Her first name is Janice.
For filming.
We don't want to bother them again with your nonsense.
Oh, okay. So because it's not true. It's just not true. You
No.
guys,
It's true.
it's not.
And I'm asking you to get out in the hallway.
I'm not gonna leave.
Let me stop there. For the record, we're at the 518 mark. The woman on the video where I just hit the pause button, do you recognize her?
Yes.
And how do you recognize her?
She's the town clerk of the city, Janice Keeler.
That's what you just identified a few moments ago,
Yes,
in terms of her voice.
yes.
Because I have a right to do it.
No,
I'm not trying to
with
be difficult.
customers
I
or people.
I do. This is
All right.
public. Nobody has
No,
Can I explain to you why? Because nobody has an expectation of privacy in public. That's
You
law.
can have the four walls, you can film the walls of the building.
That's what he was
You
told.
can film
No.
to the counter.
But that's wrong
You
information.
cannot. No, it isn't.
Unfortunately,
You're
it's wrong.
mistaken.
No,
You
this
don't
is what
know.
I do, man.
I know.
This
It
is
says
what
This is
I
how you
do.
disrupt people.
No,
That's not
my
your
job. My job is to
Disrupting
expose
people and causing
tyrants like
trouble.
you.
Not
No,
a
you
tyrant.
can't.
That's
I
my
do my
job.
job very well.
That's my
You
job.
need to
My
get a
job is
life.
to expose people like
You
you.
cannot disrupt my office.
I'm not.
You are disrupting.
He is
my
disrupting
office.
the
No,
office.
you are disrupting my office,
How?
but you're not supposed to film the people in my office.
I can
So I'm
film
telling you
I can
that.
film in the public area.
So you can leave and go outside.
Okay, I'm
Outside,
conducting
sir.
business. I need to get
You're not
FOIA. I
conducting
need
business.
FOIA
You're causing
requests.
trouble.
I need FOIA
You're
request
causing
forms.
trouble.
I need
I
FOIA
don't
requests
have FOIA request forms.
at the town clerk. You don't have FOIA request
No,
forms?
you write them. You send me a letter on your letter.
You have FOIA request
I
forms,
don't have
ma'am.
FOIA request
Yes, you do.
forms.
You need to
No,
get
sir,
you need to get your hands off. You need to
Yeah,
get
you're
your
not
hands
coming
off
in.
me.
You're not
out.
coming
You
I
need
don't
to
wanna
get
have
your hands
call
off
the
me.
police 'cause it's not-
You can if you'd like, because they're gonna tell you you're wrong, man. That's why.
I can't get anybody involved.
Listen, man, you gotta stop. You just gotta stop. It's not worth it.
He's just
What?
doing his job.
He's not doing his job. This is not your job. Your job is not to do this. Your job as a security guard is to observe and report. That's your job.
Okay, outside.
Your
please.
job is not to
I'll tell you
talk to
something, buddy,
people.
Your breath washing, making it.
Yeah,
Come on,
I know.
outside, sir.
I know.
Listen, I'm asking you to get out of my.
You're not going.
Since you're not gonna
Stop.
hear.
You're not listening to what she's telling you. You get that through your head.
I'm not gonna talk to you.
That's fine. You're not gonna film.
You're against regulations, sir.
You're wrong, unfortunately.
you're wrong.
Unfortunately for you, you're wrong.
We got the regulations. You're wrong. I'm sorry, but you can't film employees.
I'm trying to conduct
and my
business.
staff.
I need FOIA request forms.
I
also
don't
need
have FOIA request
I
forms.
also
People
need to
that
know
I-
what services you offer here at the town hall. What services do you offer to the public here?
Go to cityofdanbury.com.
Ma'am, I shouldn't. You're refusing service to me.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. I'm trying to ask you a question as a public servant.
No.
What
Are
do
you recording? Are you?
I am
obtaining a
recording.
vital? What are you going to record?
I'm recording everything.
No, a physical document. We record We're like a library. We record documents.
Okay.
Are you here for birth certificate?
I'm here to submit a FOIA request. I don't have a computer, ma'am.
You have to write a letter to us and request
not
what you
true.
want. It is so.
That is not true.
It is so.
I would like to speak to supervisor. Where's the mayor? Where's the mayor?
All right, out in the hallway.
Yeah.
No, out in the
Dude,
hallway.
you need to stop.
No.
You need to stop.
Phil, I'll get him.
You need to stop. Just stop it. Just stop what you're doing. Please stop what you're doing.
We're
It's not
asking you
it's
to
not
leave.
necessary. This is not necessary.
Yes, it is.
I'm not a threat to you. You know that. In here,
Annoyance.
I'm an annoyance.
You're an
You're
annoyance.
an
is what
annoyance.
you are.
You're an annoyance.
Once you get
and
a life and
tyrant.
get a real job,
You're an
instead
annoyance
of
and a
going around and
tyrant.
busting people's chops.
You're an annoyance and a tyrant.
And disrupting everything.
Stop touching
You're
me.
not coming in here. I'm not
Stop
touching you. Stop
touching
leaning
me.
on me, buddy.
Stop touching
Stop
me.
leaning on me. Get out.
I've
Stop
asked you to
touching me.
leave politely.
I'm not leaving, ma'am.
Well, you're filming against the rules.
You're told you're not supposed to film.
And you're
over the counter.
disrupting.
Stop it.
I'm
Stop
telling you
it.
for the last time,
Stop
you
it.
cannot film
Stop
over the
it.
counter.
Stop it. I can film anywhere that is publicly accessible,
But
Mr.
not my
Attorney.
Okay, at this point, this is you, obviously, in the video, right?
Yes, yes,
And then you came down to see the, what was going on?
yes.
Judge, may I just ask counsel what time you start?
I have 8:46.
It's
At the 8:46.
You stop the video.
That's
It's
fine.
It's 4:28, 4:29. It's like an appropriate time to then break for the day. Sir, I'm gonna remind you that you're still under oath. Tomorrow we resume. We'll resume with our witness back on the stand. We'll continue Attorney Sanders' direct examination where we left off. If counsel wants to see me tomorrow before we begin on whatever issue that Attorney Sanders wanted to put forward, we can meet separately briefly to maximize time out here.
Thank you, Judge.
So we're gonna shoot for 2 p.m. tomorrow with counsel, 2:15 to begin. That helps you, sir, with your son.
Thank
you. We're at the mercy of how the docket goes, so to do what we do. We say this.
All right, court's now adjourned.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here, and we're gonna pick up on this tomorrow, and it's gonna be hold on, day 3. We'll pick it up at day 3. As y'all see, this is insane. It's hilarious, but at the same time, it's not hilarious because this shouldn't happen. And you know, it's hard to believe that they're literally in court for this. Like, and they're spending hours in court for a situation like this, which is insane. Insane. So y'all want me to go ahead and go with day 3 now, because I see it's a lot of people in the chat. So let me know if you think I should go with day 3 now. Y'all drop it in the comment section. Go ahead with day 3. I'm gonna go ahead with day 3 now. Hold on, y'all. So I got it pulled up here. This day 3 right here. Insanity, man. This is crazy.
There you go.
Bring it on, go ahead.
And we'll see if a judge agrees with what you're doing here today.
Go to court right now. And
Oh, it's
file your
coming.
papers.
It's coming. I'm waiting.
Bring it on. Bring it on. Go ahead.
I can't wait to litigate this with you in court.
Go forward.
It's 2:35 now. So
That's where I had it stopped.
Okay, so right now it's 2:35. All parties are present. Presenter, Attorney Conduct for the state, Attorney Koopman, Attorney Seeger, and the defendant, Mr. Reyes, are present. Our witness is on the stand from yesterday. Thought process here is we will go 4:30 again, with a break somewhere between now and 4:30, for the staff and for all parties involved. And then tomorrow we will resume, again, on Fridays, it is a smaller docket tomorrow, than it has been earlier this week. And a small housing docket for courtroom 3 as well. But the goal here, as always, is to start as close to 2 or 2:30 as possible and continue forward. I think maybe that will put us in a good position. So with that being said, Senator, you're with.
Yes, Your Honor. At this point, I would ask the court permission to continue on with the tape. I believe you stopped yesterday at the 8:46 mark with regard to this file on the tape.
Yes.
Not my
Attorney,
employees and not my
you
customers.
have no expectation of privacy in public, which the attorney should let you know. You should let her know that.
All right, would you
Sir,
do
don't
this?
back up so you're not on this camera
Jan,
with us.
Jan.
There is no
Close your door
expectation.
temporarily, lock the door, you close
He
for
wouldn't,
a
he
little
won't get
while.
out. That's the problem.
I'm telling you,
Okay.
close your door and lock the door.
So you're refusing services to the
Yes,
public?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
great.
because.
So now let's go over here. I'm not just, there is no disruption by peacefully filming, sir.
What did I say earlier?
Okay, Attorney Pinter, I think if I heard it correctly on tape, did you ask to have the door closed to the clerk's office at that point?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, I could see that there was no way to persuade the individual to comply with the policy, and it was disrupting the office at that time. So there's no other way to protect the people, avoid the situation, than to make the office accessible for that time period.
And that is why you made that request to have it shut?
Yes.
Okay, the next one, this is on the 9:15 mark. What we see here at the 9:15 mark on this particular file on the tape, what office is that if you recognize it?
That's the office of the assessor.
Okay. Obviously, you're familiar with it, having worked in the building all those years.
Yes, yes, I am.
I don't listen to your rules. I listen to the law. I listen to the law. And as an attorney, you should know the law. Really.
You were told you can film the hallways and the walls. You cannot go into a department and film over the counter. If you want me to destroy your phone, turn it off. Turn it off.
Stop it.
Turn it off.
Nope.
Get a life. Come on. Stop disrupting everybody.
He's going to cost you a lot of money.
They're going to get pissed.
Can you call them in and mad at me for adding that? Call them.
They're going to get mad at you because you're making a big deal for no reason.
Because you think about it. You had 3 guys come out this morning. Listen to me.
You called them.
Just listen. Yeah,
You
because
called them.
you don't take a card. You don't sign in. You're disruptive.
I don't need
came,
to.
Those 3
I don't need
officers
to.
could have been on another site helping out. All you're doing
You
is
called
tying
them.
up.
You
Sean,
called them.
I'm sorry,
You
my friend.
called them.
You need to get a
You
job
called
and get a
them.
life.
You called
You
them.
need to get a life.
Yeah, let's go outside because taxpayers have, that's the problem is taxpayers have business going on.
Yeah, but they have
They
no
hear-
expectation of privacy in public. Don't touch me.
But
I
there's
keep telling you that.
disruption- but there's disruption.
You are
Let's talk
causing
out-
the
come on, let's talk out
disruption.
here. Let's talk
You are
out
causing
here.
the disruption.
Let's talk out here.
Go out here.
Do you want me to take him out? I doubt he's going to say
Come on.
yes.
Just come on out here.
Stop pushing me. Stop pushing me.
Look, we're gonna have
Stop pushing me.
we're gonna
Stop.
have to- we have to close this.
Stop
up,
pushing
too.
me.
We have to close this up.
You can do whatever you'd like. You can do whatever you'd like. I'm not causing any disturbance. I want
What
to
do you think
peacefully.
you're doing?
I want to peacefully record
cannot
and
record
exercise my First
You're
Amendment
not
right.
allowed to record over a counter.
Yeah, get off of me.
Phil, you need to
Stop.
call the police.
Did you guys call D people?
Did you work out with?
Tell them to come right away.
Yeah. All right, so we'll just wait here till the police come. Look,
And they're going to tell you the same thing that I'm telling you. You're an attorney. I don't understand how you don't know these things.
let me tell you something. I explained this morning what the rules were, reasonable rules.
No, that's not reasonable rules. You can't.
What
You
did,
can't.
what did I
Put,
say that
you
could
can't.
do? No,
You said I
tell me.
cannot film behind a counter. That's what you said.
Correct.
I'm not filming behind the counter. I'm filming exactly everything I could see
You're
from
filming
public.
Counter at workers.
It doesn't matter. They have no expectation of privacy in public. You should know this. Why are you ignorant of the law?
These are the rules.
Do you have
that are
expectation of
established.
privacy? Is there an expectation of privacy in public, sir? Has the courts ruled that you have
We're not-
that has the courts ruled that you have a privacy that that you can be that it's privacy in public? This is public, correct?
This facility has established rules.
That doesn't
what
matter.
people can do.
That doesn't matter.
It does because
That doesn't
they're in
matter.
place. It
You
does.
can't put rules that infringe on my rights. You can't do that.
You also can't override our rules.
I can,
Have been
because I don't
responsibly
override. I don't override them. The Constitution overrides it, not me. The Constitution. Your rules are unlawful. They're against the Constitution. They violate
We
rights.
can talk about stuff all day. This is not a sandbox. There are people here doing business. in the
Yeah,
city
and I'm
hall.
not here to interrupt any business. I'm here
By
to peacefully
filming- by
record.
filming
I'm here
employees, you're
to.
disrupting.
I am a journalist gathering content for a story. That's what I'm doing. And you're gonna keep all you're doing. Look, the tax assessor closed, town clerk's office closed to the public. You see?
Okay, for the record, asked to have the tape stop at the 12:22 mark. The assessor's office, was the door shut at that time? The door to the assessor's office?
At the end of the tape here?
Yeah, right here.
Yes.
Okay, and the same question I'm gonna ask that I asked you before, which is, why was the door to the assessor's office closed?
Pretty much the same as before. In addition, there was no other way to protect the city officials and personnel in that office. We're concerned at that time that policy being violated was going to impact those individuals there. So there's another way to stop the intrusion and close the door temporarily.
Closed.
Well, see,
No
that's-
services.
That's the disruption.
No, that's you.
gonna
That
result
you
in a
caused.
Police officer
That you
coming and having
caused.
to arrest you.
No, that's
Because
not
you're
true.
causing a disruption.
That's not
Building
true.
now.
Nope.
You can
Not
disagree
true.
with it, but
A
that's the way it is.
constitutionally protected activity can't be turned into
You
a
know what your
crime.
protected activity is? To walk the hall, take your pictures.
And to go into publicly
Not-
accessible areas and to take pictures.
Not to
Yes, I
disrupt.
can. I'm
No,
not.
you can't.
Yes, I
You cannot
can.
disrupt the operations.
I
of the
can't wait to
building.
litigate this with you in
Go
court.
for it.
Can't wait.
You know what?
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Stand in line. You guys have a lot of litigation coming.
You know what you do with this kind of stuff is you disrupt.
You're gonna be
the city
litigating for a
operations.
while.
Bring it on.
There you go.
Bring it on. Go ahead.
And we'll see if a judge agrees with
Go
what
to the
you're
court
doing
right
here
now.
today.
Go to the court right now. And
Oh, it's
file your
coming.
papers.
It's coming. I'm waiting for all the relevant documentation, all the relevant body camera
But you
footage.
know, you can play this nicely. and
I'm
responsibly,
trying
and
to.
professionally instead.
I'm trying to.
Here's the professional part. The rules of engagement are the city hall hallways open to you. You can walk down, up and down, you take pictures,
Anywhere
look
that's
around,
publicly
write
accessible.
your story. But you don't decide what's publicly accessible.
It's like if it's open and it's
There are
publicly
places-
accessible.
I explained
it's
to you,
open.
there are places that are not open for
Yeah.
journalists to just film at random.
Yeah. Well, that would be that would be
They're
called
not.
that would be called a restricted area.
Then you challenge it.
That
If
would
you
be
don't
called
agree
a
with the
restricted area.
Here's the way to look at it. There's policies in place that say you can't do it. If you want to challenge it, you can challenge it. Go ahead, challenge it in court. But you can't challenge it here.
Which I am doing.
You cannot challenge it here because you're disrupting public business.
You are, not me.
Sean, did you see
are.
the line on, did
You
you see
are.
the sign on the door when you
You
came this
are.
morning? Listen, did you see the sign?
I don't read-
All,
I don't
all
read signs.
visitors must sign in. There's still post-pandemic. You were supposed to take a card. You circled around me and like you're some special human being. You got
Not special.
Well, you-
Anybody can do it,
No.
not just me.
You're not, these are the rules that they've implemented.
Anybody
here.
can
Why
do it.
can't you play by the rules?
Anybody can do it because
Why?
the rules violate my constitutional rights. That's what I'm trying to
So
say
let me,
here.
I'm just curious. I'm gonna ask you something. You've been here before. You filmed. What are you trying to?
I never
like,
felt you never let me upstairs.
You came around. You were filming everything.
Did you allow
downstairs.
me to come upstairs?
With the rules, you didn't
Okay.
fill. You didn't take a courtesy card. You didn't sign
Your
your name.
rules, respectfully, your rules don't violate my rights. That's the only point I'm going to prove here today. I'm going to prove it.
But that's your opinion. Okay.
No, that's
You've
just
not
it's
been
black and
supported
white.
by a court of law. Have you been
I
supported
will.
by a court of law? No,
I've
have you
been-
been supported by a
I've-
court of law in that proposition? Yes.
I
or
will
no?
be. I will be.
You haven't. Though,
Soon.
have you?
I will be.
But have you?
I will be.
Have you?
Because normally town halls aren't this dumb to do this. I've been to many town halls
okay, so
and
now
not
we're- now we're
and
talking.
not and not one, maybe just ignorant. I'm sorry for saying dumb. Maybe you're just ignorant of the law. But I've been
Maybe.
to many town halls and no one has ever given me this many problems over filming in public because it's a constitutionally protected activity.
Let me respond to that by telling you that the people who are working in these different offices work very hard. And they're trying to protect their public customers who are coming in to fill out documents.
Yeah.
Many of those
I'm not filming
documents,
documents.
You're intrusive.
many of these documents are on tables, on chairs, on counters, and they're out there and they're discussing business. And you want to insist on going in and filming around that
Mm-hmm.
and taking a risk that the public's documents will be publicly viewed. Who needs that?
No,
That's a risk to
yeah,
people.
that's not true. A lot of the public documents are public record, as you know, and they can be, and they could do, and they can do a FOIA request. You're being unreasonable.
Let's have a gentlemanly discussion for 1 second. You can film in the hallway, you can film in the foyer maybe, but the documents, if you want to see them,
Look at them.
you can
Did I
FOI them.
force those two women to come out of their office and stop working?
You can FOI.
Why are they not
documents.
working? I didn't force them to leave their office and stop
You
working.
You can FOI.
Why are they coming over here and stop working?
Because you're disrupting.
No, I'm not.
He's allowed to film in the hallways. He went into the departments. He's not allowed to film over the counter. He starts filming everything. He's disruptive. He's intrusive. And I'm tired of it. And that's why.
Yeah, you were already tired of it when you physically assaulted me earlier.
I didn't physically assault you. You got my face.
It's on the camera. It's on the camera. It's on the camera. Don't worry.
Hold on, you need to get a life.
Can I just get your name and badge number, sir?
Just back up. Let me talk to him real quick. Just let me talk to him. Some space. Officer Contreras, 633.
Thank you, sir.
What's going on?
Nothing.
You were just at the PD.
Yeah, I was just at the PD.
Okay.
Mhm.
Were you here earlier recording?
Yeah, I was here earlier
And
recording.
then you went to the PD,
Uh-huh.
and now you're here.
Yeah, I'm here because I wasn't allowed upstairs.
Okay.
So I had to go to PD to file a criminal complaint against this gentleman for assaulting me.
Okay.
So that's why I went to the PD to write a statement. I'm here again because I'm a journalist working on a story. I'm capturing things that are in public. That's all.
Okay.
They're telling.
Over the counter like they
Nope.
said?
I went in. What they're saying, officer, is that I can't even enter into the town hall office and record in the office because if I do, they're saying that that is somehow against the law. But as I'm sure you're aware, I'm not putting my phone behind a camera. I'm not in a restricted area. Eyes can't trespass. So whatever I can see from public, I can record, right? Okay. So that's all. I'm not going into restricted areas. I don't even want to talk to anybody. I just want to walk around here, gather my content, and be on my way.
Okay.
But this gentleman over here wants to escalate this. Yes, he wants to escalate the situation after he just put his hands on me. He obviously didn't learn his lesson. I felt bad for pressing charges on you because I was like, I don't want to ruin this guy's life. But guess what? You deserved it, buddy. So at the end of the day, he's out of control. He's causing a disturbance. You can't, I'm conducting a lawful activity. How can you turn that into a disturbance? I'm not doing anything wrong. I was very reasonable to the other officers, just like I'm being very reasonable with you. I just want to be quiet, record, exercise my First Amendment right to record in public. If they want to lock doors, if they want to start locking all their doors and close the access to the public, which is probably unconstitutional and probably wrong for them to do, not probably, definitely, because I should be able to enter in the town clerk's office and say, hey, can I get a FOIA request form? Hey, can I get this from you? I should be able to ask for services, but they're preventing me from acting services. But that's not your but that's not your problem because you know that's something a court can handle in a civil suit. But they're trying to get you to use your authority to arrest me or to prevent me from just simply engaging in a constitutional. If they want to lock the doors, that's fine. I'm not telling you to, hey, officer, they're locking the doors, arrest them. That's for a court to decide, right? They can do that, lock it, whatever. I think it's wrong. But what I'm saying is I'm not doing anything wrong. I just want to walk around town hall and film. That's all I want to do because I'm a journalist exercising my First Amendment right of freedom of press. That's it.
Okay.
It's very simple.
So just give me he's obviously getting their side of the story. I got your side of the story.
Mhm.
Obviously, there's two sides to every story. I got to listen to them too.
And it's another reason why I record because there's only one side of the story there's always two sides of the story, but then there's the truth. There's and then there's the truth,
middle ground,
and then there's the truth, right?
Right.
So and the camera don't lie.
They decide what's going on, or they tell my coworker, and then if you're
Okay.
recording and you're not bothering anybody, and you're not obviously going over the counters.
Yep, not going over the counter.
I mean,
That's what I'm saying. I don't understand.
Where did they accuse you of going over the counter?
So what I did was I just walked into this town clerk's office right here to ask her for a FOIA request form. And as I walked in there, the security guard who assaulted me earlier got in front of me, said, "You can't record in here. You can't record in here." And I was like, "Yes, I can record in here." He's saying that I can't record in the office, in town hall office, which is not true.
Excuse me, sir, what's your name?
You guys.
Nope, turn around. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
You look like Utter. You must be his.
Thank you.
Good. Yeah, I'm just gonna put that in your pocket.
Nope. You were told not to go film in the offices. You film in the offices. Okay. Just gonna make sure you don't have anything on.
There you go. You got the body camera on?
Yes, I do.
I don't see the red lighting.
Yes, it is. See?
Okay.
There you go. Come on.
We got buddies with others.
You, no, I'm not buddies with anybody.
Tired. You guys just keep on making it worse for yourself. Move on.
Take him in?
Yeah.
Well,
Publicly accessible area. That's recorded. Oh, man. What am I being arrested for? What am I being arrested for?
trespassing.
Okay. In town hall, right?
You told him not to film over the counter, which
I
you
wasn't
did.
filming
Yep.
over the counter. I was filming in the office, which the video approved. That's fine.
And then
They just want
staircase, it's not working.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, there we go. We'll use the staircase. Yeah, that's fine.
You commit the crime today, and I go away in cuffs. Isn't that justice? You committed the crime today, buddy, and I'm in cuffs. The difference is when you're arrested later, it's going to be a lawful arrest. This is what's called an unlawful arrest. That's what it's called. When you knowingly commit an unlawful arrest, unlawful arrest, it's immunity.
You want me to grab the statement? I don't think he's gonna fit in my car.
Sure.
Hey, did you ever ask me to leave, officer?
I wasn't here before.
Did you ask me to leave? Did you ask me to leave? How about you? Did you ask me to leave? Oh, it's on your body camera telling me to leave? Because don't you gotta warn somebody first? Don't you gotta ask somebody to leave first? No? Okay. You know what? You guys are coding scenario. Yeah, no.
But first, watch your head. Like I said, I'll take it.
It blows your face in the course of the day, right?
Ain't that the truth? Everybody's okay upstairs, right?
Everybody's on here, but he's going in around and looking at everybody. Because he's responsible, right? Mayor's all telling me to get down, I'll explain.
Just put in there that you asked him to leave. You said he couldn't film. He went in and filmed over the counter. You advised that his personal space. Make sure you put in there that there's documents that he's not allowed to film. That's why he's not allowed to film and all that stuff.
All right.
And then we're good. Okay. Upstairs or here? I got a clipboard if you don't mind writing out here. I'll be ready. There's more convenient here.
There's all
May just have a moment there.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time. Just with us.
All right, sir. I know I asked you some of these questions previous that were here, but I'll try to get past them real fast. You are a deputy corporate counsel, correct?
Yes.
And your job is to advise the mayor, correct?
Yes.
City council, correct?
Yes.
And other public officials that work for the city, correct?
Yes.
You are not an elected official, correct?
No.
You do not get to make policy, correct?
Yes.
Yes, you're not allowed to make.
I don't make policy.
Okay. You simply provide legal advice to the mayor, right?
Yes.
And by the way, earlier on the day of this incident, we're talking about July 15th, 2021. Were you served, did you get a notice of an intent to sue from my client?
I don't recall getting that day, but at some point I saw a notice.
Do you recall when you saw it for the first time?
I don't recall exactly, no.
But later, as we watched the video, Mr. Reyes told you that he was going to sue the city, correct?
He had words to that effect, that he was thinking of doing that.
And in fact, another part of your job is to defend the city from lawsuits, correct?
Sometimes we do, sometimes outside counsel does, yes.
Okay. Sir, you're familiar with the City of Danbury Charter, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with section 6.4 of the charter, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, that section states that it is the duty of corporate counsel to defend lawsuits against the city, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's your office, correct?
Yes.
So Mr. Reyes was going to bring the lawsuit against the town of Danbury, like he said he would. You'd be the guy defending it, right?
Not exactly. I personally may not, because we have outside counsel. We also have counsel appointed by our insurance carrier that handles many cases that we can't personally handle. We're a relatively small office, so we don't personally handle most of the cases.
So you yourself don't handle actual litigation?
Not as much in this position now. Years ago, I would do so, but not as much in this position.
You write memoranda though, correct?
Yes.
So may I approach the clerk, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just want to see the exhibits on that. So I'm going to show you Exhibit 4. You were asked about this yesterday. You recognize this, right?
Yes.
Did you receive a written request to produce this memo?
I don't know if I had a written request, probably more of a verbal request to assist.
And again, you're familiar with the Danbury City Charter, correct?
Yes.
Section 6.4. Do you recall what it says about producing memoranda by your office?
It's generic language regarding our office representation of city officials and departments.
Sir, isn't it a fact that it says, Section 6.4 states that upon written request, let me backtrack, that you shall be the legal advisor of the city council, the mayor, and all city officers, boards, and commissions, and in all matters affecting the city, and shall, upon written request, furnish them with written opinion on any question of law involving their respective powers and duties.
I'm going to object that the council's reading from a document that's not evidence.
I'm asking about a law.
You're reading it verbatim.
Understood. I'm an overruling objection to the process.
Is that the correct statement of section 6.4 of the Danbury City Charter?
It's my recollection of the way it reads, yes.
And are you telling us that there was no written request in any way, shape, or form in this case?
Objection has to be answered.
I don't think that specific question was asked and answered.
Thank you.
Overruled.
There was.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Is your testimony here today that there was no written request from the mayor to your office to produce Exhibit 4?
I think what I remarked before was that I don't remember specifically that a written request was made, but the request was made for a review.
Okay. If there was a written request, would that be kept as part of the records in your office?
Probably.
In the ordinary course of business?
Probably.
And as part of the business of your office to keep those requests?
Probably.
And if you were asked to produce it, would you be able to?
We would produce what we have that was not privileged.
So correct me if I'm wrong. That document out there, that's your response to a request from your client, the mayor, correct?
That was a request from our client to assist in a situation that had developed.
Right. So Exhibit 4 is your answer, the legal opinion and advice to your client, the mayor, correct?
It's both correct. The legal opinion, advice, and counsel to the mayor.
Who's your client, correct?
Yes.
Did you produce this document for the office of the state's attorney?
I did not produce it for them, no.
Okay.
Oh, you mean, did I?
Let me rephrase the question for clarity. The physical document that I'm holding in my hand, did you provide this to the office of the state's attorney?
I don't remember if I did specifically or not. It was available in our file. They could have gotten it from anybody who had a copy of that in the city or anywhere else as a circulated document.
So this is a circulated document?
Well, it was provided to the mayor and then circulated to department personnel. So it could have been in anybody's file at any point.
But it was in response to either a verbal or a written request from the mayor,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay. So this is your response to your client's legal questions about asking for
It's an advisory, yes, it's an advisory memorandum to the client.
All right. If I may just check my notes, Judge.
Take time.
Do you recall when you were asked to create this memo?
Probably sometime between when the library incident occurred in June and sometime in July, sometime in that short time frame.
And do you recall what you were actually asked when you were approached to produce this memo?
Well, when that situation happened, there were some questions that were brought up about these matters. So as a result of that, we produced that memorandum to help advise them accordingly.
And actually, this memorandum is dated July 8th, 2021, right?
Right.
And when was the library incident?
It was in the middle of June. So at that point, is when we were asked to summarize some of the issues that arose at that time and could arise.
How long did you work on this document?
Not sure. I'm sure we had a lot of other work going on. As you understand.
Yes. Do you know approximately how much time you spent preparing this legal opinion?
So I'd say, I mean, there's a lot of other things going on in the middle. Maybe a day.
Okay.
After the case.
And if I could just see exhibit 2. So you remember what the judge asked you, if exhibit 4 was formed the basis of exhibit 2?
I think there were some remarks, I'm not sure.
And you said yes?
Yes, I did.
So they spent one day on exhibit 4, that formed the basis of exhibit 2.
I think my early testimony was that I worked on the memorandum, and that memorandum shifted into the production of the language for that document, or some of that document.
Approximately a day for the memorandum, all right?
Give or take.
So this memorandum specifically mentions that this is following the Long Island Audit video maker visits, right?
That's what it says.
Oh, it does. And that refers to my client, Mr. Reyes, correct?
It could. If that was the individual named in it, again, I didn't read it immediately, but that is probably what it was directed for.
Oh, sir, you authored this document, correct?
Yeah, I'm saying, since you only had it in front of me for a moment.
Oh, I'm sorry, then yes, please, by all means, take your time. Very first paragraph refers to Long Island Audit video. First line.
Yes.
And that refers to Mr. Reyes, correct?
I believe it does.
And you were asked to produce this specifically because of Mr. Reyes?
No.
No.
I was asked to produce it because of the incident at large and other possible incidents flowing from it, so people knew the law, so my clients understood the law and so.
In response to Mr. Reyes's actions at a library earlier in mid-June of 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's nobody else specifically referred to by name in this document. Tell me.
I have to read it, but I don't think there was.
Okay. Now, again, talking about Exhibit 4. Fourth paragraph from the top. That's, again, your words says, while this office is still continuing to do a deeper dive, right, into these issues. Correct?
Yes.
So this particular memo that you're opening one day, did you ever complete the deeper dive?
We did do some additional research, but we were able to, in order to advise our clients on the immediate matter, this was produced initially.
And, okay, and the immediate matter is Mr. Ray's, correct?
Sorry?
The immediate matter is Mr. Ray's.
Not necessarily just that, even though in the first paragraph it references initially, but it could be in any situation where this type of event occurs.
So other than Mr. Ray's, were there any other events that you had to handle or you were anticipating that you needed to give them an immediate opinion?
I don't think there's any specific matter, but there could have been others, and I think there were some other incidents that happened with other people.
Around July 8th, 2021?
In that general range, after, I think.
After, exactly, that's right. Have you drafted any other memoranda on this issue as a result of your deeper dive?
I've not.
Okay. Have there been any further requests from the office of the mayor or the city of Denver for you to draft any further memoranda on this issue?
There haven't specifically been. I think that the memoranda was very satisfactory and provided guidelines that were useful for them.
Wait, you provided guidelines for them?
Well, I'm saying guidelines meaning the language and the recommendations and the concepts within. Yes.
So you provided them with the proper language to use in a policy. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, I suggested language and policy that added on to some policy language that was already there.
Okay. Sorry, I just don't want to, I want to look at my marked up version, Your Honor.
It's your way to take your time.
When you refer to the outer foyer of the office, that's the space that's right before the counter, correct?
That is space that does not include the counter. So it's surrounding three walls, let's say. The fourth wall being the open counter space would be that.
So if this were the counter, and that was the entrance into the office, I would be now standing in the foyer, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Not that I'm expert on foyers, but yes.
I did not ask. I don't think anybody here is an expert on foyer. But nonetheless, you used the term foyer in your memorandum. You mentioned it in the video. Now, your memorandum refers to the City Hall building use policy. You know what that is, right?
Yes.
That was the policy that was in effect before you wrote this memorandum, correct?
It was an existing policy, yes.
And again, according to your memorandum, that policy is available upon proper request, correct?
Yes.
So in order for somebody to learn about that policy, they have to make a proper request first, correct?
What that means is that the business use policy is in place. It can be found on the website, for example, or checking with offices. If somebody wants to use that policy, then they can make a request to the forms.
But in your memo to the mayor, would you agree that you say that it is, in that case, and upon proper request, they can request the city hall building use policy on file, process to arrange for doing what they seek to do at the future time, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. Well, what, by the way, what's a proper request? What does that constitute?
Well, the way it's worked in the past is that if you have an individual or group that wants to use a portion of City Hall, they make a request to public buildings official, for example. They seek a copy of that policy. How do we do this? And they're told that there's a policy. If we provide a copy of it, they fill it out. And then at the appointed date and time, they would come in and use the building as part of the facility at that point. And it's considered an alternative way to avoid, over occupancy, disruption, or use of the building at a time when something else is going on in that same place.
And that policy was at the time of, at least as late as this memorandum, correct?
Yes.
And then let's get to Exhibit 2, correct? Remember this?
I do.
Okay, this is after the memorandum, correct?
Yes.
Was this ever added to the official building policy that you have to ask upon request?
It's generally unrelated to the building use policy.
Okay.
The building use policy is a formal request for use as part of the building. This was put in place in order to address these types of issues that you were asking me about before. Similar to the issue that happened that we just looked at. It's the entry into a building and access for purposes that are identified here.
Okay. And the purposes identified here include masking policy, right?
There's a masking.
There's definitely a mask policy.
There's a mask policy there, yes.
There's no mention of mask policy in your memorandum, correct? Would it help you if I show you your memorandum?
I would agree with probably no mention of the mask policy.
Well, just to make sure, take a look at your work.
Just slightly focused on the other portion of the policy.
I understand, but the question is, your memorandum says absolutely nothing about the mask policy, correct? Okay. So, when we were here yesterday, the judge asked you, is this Exhibit 4 that you based what went into making this Exhibit 2? And you answered something to the effect of, yes, that wasn't entirely accurate, correct?
Some of that policy that you have there addresses these issues in the memorandum. Some of them were already in existence prior to the portion related to this issue.
Okay, but you told us this was new, this was after the memorandum, correct?
Well, there probably was a shorter policy regarding masking and sign-in before then. The bottom half is an add-on, so that the full document was produced after my memorandum and included the portion of the policy includes this subject that the memorandum advised.
So, your memorandum didn't go to this whole thing, just the portion at the bottom, right?
Essentially, I mean, that's not incorrect. It added on to the policy.
Okay.
That's there.
It added on to the policy.
You don't want to have two separate pieces of paper. There's no paper on the door. You can see from the video. One prevents into a policy that people can read and easily see.
Understood. So it would be fair to say you don't want to have two different pieces of paper about same or similar policies floating around. You want it all in one place.
That really wasn't my decision. Once I advised on what should be in the policy, other people could decide if they want two pieces of paper, one or more.
But you just told us that the reason this was done this way is because you don't want that. But But now you're telling me that.
Collectively, I think there was some discussion about how to put it together, what to put it on, and so.
Okay.
It wasn't really a legal decision, put it that way.
I understand. So. You were shown this exhibit 3, right? That's the door to City Hall on July 15th of 21, right?
I don't remember of the exact date, I don't see the date on here.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Well, you were asked if that fairly and accurately represents what the door to City Hall looked like on July 15th of 2021, and the answer is yes.
I don't seem to recall my remark was that was the front door of City Hall. Whether it was on July 15th or not, I don't remember.
So as far as that exhibit goes, you have no idea when that sign was on there?
Probably looked just like that in June and maybe later on too.
Okay, but you would agree that exhibit 2 doesn't appear at that door, right?
There are 2 front doors to City Hall, and then there's an interior space with some additional notifications.
Sir, I'm not asking you about the amount of doors. I'm asking you, on this picture, I believe.
I don't see it on this picture.
Okay, very good. Can you tell us, you sat here and you watched the video, right? And you were asked questions about the video. Where in the video can we see exhibit 2 posted?
In the hall, mostly the video showed the hallway.
Well, you sat there through the entire video that was part of your testimony. Do you remember that part?
Yes, yes.
Can you tell us where in that video we could find exhibit 2, the policy displayed?
Well, if you're asking if the video showed areas of the hallways, you wouldn't find it posted in hallways because people would get notice. If you don't go to the second floor, you wouldn't see it if you went to the third floor. So you'd never see it, perhaps if it were posted on one floor, not the other.
Okay. So the answer to my question, nowhere in this video will you be able to see exhibit 2 appear on a wall or a door, correct?
Most of the.
Yeah, I'm going to object on that. I think he's asked and answered.
Most of the policies like this would be posted naturally on the front door because everybody coming in would see that. You normally might not post it in other places because not everybody would see it.
So if it had to be posted somewhere, it would have been on a front door.
That's one place. Could have been with the security guard, could have been on another front wall of the interior.
Now, the real answer here is you don't know where it was posted?
I know it was posted on the front door at some point in time.
Okay.
And the security guard, others advised that the policy was in place.
But on July 15th of 2021, you don't know if this was posted anywhere at all, correct?
It may have been posted somewhere that I'm not aware of, but.
So
the policy
we're not
was in
aware of
place.
it. This document, exhibit 2, on July 15th of 2021. As you sit here today, you have no idea whether it was posted on that date anywhere in City Hall.
I normally don't go down and inspect the doors. It could have been posted, it could have been posted in another area in the front of the building. So personally, I'm not aware of.
Thank you. You recall in your memo referencing forms that would have to be filled out or requests?
You mean the business use policy?
Yeah.
Yes.
Does your office generate those forms?
No.
Does your office keep those forms?
We do have a copy of it.
Okay, but you don't generate it.
We don't.
Okay. And if somebody had to get that form, they have to come and make a proper request, right?
Or go on the website, they can probably get it there.
Probably.
I'm not sure.
Now, again, during this entire encounter with Mr. Reyes, I'll enjoy this question. This was your first encounter in person with Mr. Reyes, correct?
Well, there were two encounters, one in the morning and one in the afternoon.
Fair. So what you've seen on the video is your first set of encounters with Mr. Reyes, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And it's also your last set of encounters outside of today with Mr. Reyes, correct?
I think so. I may have seen him somewhere in between, I'm not sure, but basically, yes.
Okay. At no point during your two encounters in that day did you present Mr. Reyes with the building use policy, correct?
There probably would be no reason for me to do that because I didn't ask for it.
I'm just asking you a true or false question. During your two encounters with Mr. Reyes on July 21st, July 15th of 2021, at no point did you offer him the building use policy, correct?
I wouldn't.
And you did, correct?
I didn't.
Okay. At no point did you give him a copy of Exhibit 2, correct?
I wouldn't have given him that either. And then I heard that he was perfectly familiar with the policy.
Sir,
on both occasions.
I'm not asking what you would have done. You and I have sat here and watched the same video. I'm just trying to make sure that this is all of the story and there's nothing more. On that day, you did not give him a copy of this policy, correct?
I wouldn't.
And you did, correct?
I did.
And by the way, Exhibit 3, right, where it says must sign in, right? Welcome to City of Danbury, something, it's cut off, must sign in, right?
Right.
It doesn't say no entry without signing in, correct?
That's exactly what it says on there.
Fair enough, that's a fair answer. Now, also, when it comes to Exhibit 2, right, the bottom line, all the way, failure to comply may result in denial, in delay or denial of entry and access to the building, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not shall, correct?
It says may.
Right. Remember being asked about the purposes and the whys and wherefores of the policy, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned security of documents, right? There's confidential documents, and I think your testimony was that sometimes there are chairs or tables, right? That they could be there. Okay. Can you tell us where in this video we can see confidential documents?
Well, when I made that remark, it was an engagement with Mr. Reyes.
Okay.
So it's not in any produced advisory document. Each case would have to go on its own. You have to look at what's going on, where the camera is, what the counter situation is, what the office looks like, what the computer screen might show, what time of day it was, etc. So it's a general but purposeful remark.
I understand. But can you tell us where in this video that we've seen can we find confidential or secure or restricted documents?
So for example, if you are talking about the assessor's office that we saw,
right.
The assessor's office has people's information on.
I'm not asking you what the assessor's office has. I'm asking you.
We asked you
where,
where, he asked you where.
Where in the video, not the physical location, in the video, where can we see members of the courtroom, including the court, can see confidential documents?
If one looks over the counter, there's documents everywhere.
I understand there's documents everywhere. And again, if I were to walk in to the city clerk's office, right? I could walk up all the way to the counter. That's correct. I don't have a phone on me. I don't have a camera on me. I can walk in. Correct?
Yes.
I can stand next to the counter. Correct? Just like the gentleman in the video who was leaning on the counter. Remember that part? Okay. So if there's some confidential documents laying on the counter, I can see them. Correct?
Right.
The policy doesn't say I can step up to the counter though, does it?
It does.
Okay. And the gentleman who was leaning over the counter wasn't told, sir, there's confidential documents here, back away. Correct?
Could you say that again?
Sure. Under the video, there's a gentleman, he's wearing a mask on his chin, the face mask goes down,
Yes.
and he's leaning over. And he wasn't told, sir, you're too close to the counter, there's confidential documents, back away. That didn't happen, correct?
It wasn't filming.
So, but you could stand next to it and look at it.
Sure, like anybody else who comes into a public.
That's fair enough. And like anybody else, I could come in and bring a notepad with me and come up to the counter. I can lean on the counter, correct? I can bring the notepad, correct? You go down on the notepad. I can look over the counter, correct? You could. I can walk away and make notes, correct? Okay. Now, there were some computers in the, I guess, the foyer area of the city clerk's lobby, right? Off to the right, not behind the counter. Off to the right, there's two computers. Remember that?
Yes.
Those are accessible to the public, right?
Those are computers in the office for staff.
So the two ladies that were sitting off to the side and then were rushed off by one of the staff members, those were employees of town hall?
I would have to look back at the post you're talking about.
So there's a, you remember testifying, you're very familiar with the city clerk's office? Remember that? You were familiar with that area?
I'm familiar in general with the office, but I wasn't sure what computers you were talking about exactly.
So remember there's a counter, right? Behind the counter, there are clerks.
Yes.
And city hall staff.
Yes.
On the other side of the counter, as you enter, immediately to the right, there's a little desk with two computers. Do you remember that?
In front of the counter, you mean?
Yes, in front of the counter.
Yes, yes.
Those computers are accessible to the public, correct?
They're accessible to those people who are using it for information on their own business.
And they're used to look up land records, right?
Probably.
Okay. They're used to pull up PDF files, right?
I imagine they use it for that kind of purpose, yes.
And they can sit next to the computer, correct?
I'm sure if there are chairs there or they stand there, but either way.
They can use the computer, right? They can take notes while they're using the computer, correct?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor. Talking about a worker taking notes on the computer.
On Your Honor, there's been a testimony that this is to secure the documents. Your Honor has seen computers, I think the court should.
I understand what you're doing, no immediate objection. Do you have I don't want to interrupt your cross-examination, but we're almost to the break. Do we have a lot left?
Yeah, if Your Honor wants to take a break now, we can.
We'll stand in recess till 3:45.
All right. In recess.
All right, so we're back in session.
Okay, so we're back. Apologize. We will go to 4:30, and then we'll see where we are at that point. Your minute is your cross-examination, and then continues.
Sir. We talked about the documents, right, being able to come up to the counter. You also mentioned one of the reasons behind the policy was safety of the personnel and patrons. Remember that?
Yes.
So again, I can walk all the way up to the counter. I'm not threatening, I'm not concerned for the safety of the personnel, correct?
Based on that, no.
I can have my phone on me as I approach the counter. And I would not be a threat to the safety of the personnel, correct?
Correct.
You don't have to check in the phones, the smartphones in the lobby, correct?
Correct.
Not part of the policy. And same is true for the patrons who are standing next to me at the counter, correct? I would not be a threat to them in those circumstances. Is it a yes or no?
On that basis, yes.
I can have my phone in my shirt pocket, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, unbeknownst to you or the town clerk, my phone has a camera on it.
It's under that umbrella, that's not, I'm objecting though, because that's not the evidence that's been used so far.
Court realized that that's not a specific reference to them, it's already beforehand, I think this is cross-examination where he's juxtaposing the prohibition of the policy with other permissible conduct.
So, and in those circumstances, I would not be a threat to the personnel, correct? To their safety.
Hard to say, it depends upon the individual person.
It depends on the individual member of the staff, or it depends on the person with the phone in their pocket.
If it's unbeknownst, I would say that somebody could be threatened if they see that the film is on and they didn't film. I don't know, in my case.
So it depends on the person's peculiarities?
Sometimes.
Okay. Well, you are aware that there's cameras in the courtroom today, correct?
I see the cameras, yes.
And you're not threatened by them, correct?
Objection, relevance.
I'll withdraw the question.
Move to strike the question, please.
Question is tricky. No jury. So,
So I could come to the office, all the way up to the counter with a sketch pad, correct?
Correct.
I can draw on the sketch pad, correct?
You could,
Policy doesn't say I can't do that.
some policy was for,
I understand. But you said it's for safety of the personnel and patrons, correct? That was your testimony. And if I'm really good, I can capture a very lifelike likeness of the personnel, correct? Sure. I'll bring a sketch pad to Danbury City Hall, walk up to the counter, go off to the side, don't bother anybody, and start drawing. I'm not violating any policy, am I?
in other words, that violates that policy.
Okay.
Policy in question.
Okay. Are you aware of these policies that prohibit drawing anywhere in City Hall?
Not in Danbury City Hall.
And if I'm really good, I can capture lifelike images of the employees and the patrons. And I would not be ejected if I'm really good, correct?
All I need is
There's no prohibition on lifelike drawing in the City Hall or in the clerk's office, correct? So long as it's not on the other side of the counter.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
I think you mentioned that, well, personnel and patrons. The patrons are on the same side of the counter as I am right now, so to speak, correct?
yes, typically.
And again, I can see them, right? I can come close to them, stand next to them, in fact, correct?
Object, I'm gonna object because the evidence is that times are different because of the pandemic and COVID. That was the evidence.
That's a fair objection. I'll rephrase the question.
Thank you, Attorney.
On July of 2021, I could come up to the counter next to that gentleman that we saw in the video, stand next to him, correct?
Probably.
And I think you mentioned private business of patrons, right? Remember that part in the video?
Yeah.
The patrons don't go behind the counter if you have private business, correct?
Most often not.
Okay. So again, if they're conducting private business, and I'm standing next to them, I would be getting ejected, correct?
That's what you would do.
I'm standing next to them.
No.
Okay. And by the way, City Hall employees at that time, they don't wear name tags, correct?
Unless you're a public safety officer, you typically not.
Okay. And none of the City Hall employees in the websites are public safety officers, correct? You are not wearing that. And further the question, you know what on them are their security numbers, addresses, or phones, correct? You also mentioned COVID as one of the concerns behind the policy. Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. So there is on the policy, we exhibit
Video.
Well, that's, Your Honor, why I'm specifically saying on the exhibit 2.
the exhibit 2 mentions masking, right?
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
That's because of COVID, right?
Yeah.
That policy was, according to you, in effect when this video was taken?
Yes.
You
Yeah, last question.
you were not wearing a mask.
Getting attorney for group.
I will try to speak up, or is there?
Is the microphone behind attorney for group? So, okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I am also having to go over here to counsel on some of this question.
I will try to speak up.
Only that's the best way that the record will be generated at the appropriate time, should there be a request.
So, you were not wearing a mask on July 15th, 2021, correct?
Right.
Film the security guard was not wearing a mask, correct?
It wasn't down with him at the time.
Okay.
At that point, he wasn't.
And I think it's chief clerk or of the office or head clerk was not wearing a mask.
That's right.
And the gentleman we saw leaning over the counter was wearing a mask at his chin, correct?
Yes.
That's not what correct masking is for that time, though, is it?
He might have been speaking to someone across the,
He may have been, but he was not wearing his mask.
I guess everybody had the mask down.
And in fact, in this video, we see a number of people walking around without a mask.
Right. Those probably are people who are not visitors. The policy applies to people coming in who are visitors.
Do you know that for a fact?
It says it right there.
No, do you know who the people in the video are without masks are?
Yes.
You know,
Town
each and every
clerk, I
one.
know the town clerk, I know Phil, I know all the people that were in that video performing duties to the city.
Including the gentleman who was leaning over the
He
counter.
was a member of the public, I saw he had a mask.
At least we know the gentleman who was leaning over the counter without a mask was not told to leave in this video, correct?
Objection, we call for hearsay and foundation.
In this video.
I will overrule the objection. Answer the question if you know. Was he told to leave? I don't know if he was. I didn't hear him. That's your answer, Jim.
That's a fair answer. And you would agree that the presence of a camera in no way contributes to transmission of COVID, as far as you know.
I don't have the expertise for that.
Okay, but you had the expertise to assist in drafting of this policy, Exhibit 2, correct?
Objection.
It's the same.
Argument.
It's the same.
Fair enough.
Badgering as well.
If I am.
Take the initial sustain.
When you were drafting these policies, or, but, withdrawn, when you were drafting the memorandum, it certainly wasn't in your mind that the presence of a camera can somehow be related to transmission of COVID.
Objection. Relevance outside of the scope of direct examination.
No, Your Honor, it's relevant because
How is it relevant?
the gentleman testified that these policies, Exhibit 2, were in response to employee safety and security of the documents, and because of COVID. And in fact, he references COVID generally.
The policy's global not specifically the ticket, right? The policy's complete in exhibit 2.
The policies that.
Why don't you rephrase your question to be more specific to make the point you're trying to?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, let me catch the first part.
Objection sustained, you can rephrase your question.
The concerns about presence of a camera and filming have nothing to do with COVID, correct?
I never really addressed that issue. The COVID, the relation was COVID to the camera didn't really enter into it. And if I can add to it, in fact, there's some.
There's no question, thank you, sorry, again. I'm sure the prosecutor will ask you more questions after this. So let's talk about signing it, okay? When the patrons sign in, they're not required to provide an ID, correct?
I don't, that would be something for the security guards charge. I don't believe they were required to present identification, but I'm not sure of that, so I wasn't doing that.
So, and again, if you don't know, that's a valid response. The patrons are not required to provide their home address.
Right, it is not.
They're not required to provide their phone number.
But again, I wasn't at the front desk performing those duties, so I really can't address that specifically. I can only say I believe not.
Fair enough. They're also not required to provide an email address.
Same answer.
Do you know if they sign in or the guard just takes their name and writes it down?
As far as I could see from what I saw in the part of the video and some of the documents that.
Or without the documents, just what we
I
saw.
believe it in the person signs.
Okay. So if I were to come into Danbury City Hall in July of 2021, I could walk up to the desk, provide a name that says Archibald Bunker, and I would receive a pass, correct?
Objection. You already know that he's not the security guard.
You can answer the question.
If you know.
The requirement was that the security guard required of the people coming in is to provide their name, sign their name, take a card for the office to which they were going.
And according to you, that was for the purposes of COVID tracing, correct?
That was part of the reason, yes. Part of the reason.
And I think in your memo, you also mentioned concerns since 9/11, right?
Yes.
Is this also part of that reason?
General security has continued to be a practice of caution for the protection of visitors and patrons to the city hall. Yes.
So anyone can come in, give the guard a name, and that is general precaution for the safety of the town hall employees and patrons, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, by the time of this video, you knew who Mr. Reyes was, right?
Objection was part of, objection reformed your question.
Okay.
Sustained, rephrase.
At the time of the video, where we see you talking to Mr. Reyes,
Yes.
at that time, you already knew who he was.
Objection, same objection.
I understand the objection. I'll withdraw the question. When you walked downstairs for the first time to meet Mr. Reyes in person, you knew who Mr. Reyes was.
I had seen him at the library
a month earlier on some video or somebody had told me about it or something, but to that extent, yes.
You knew his name.
I don't know if I did his full name, I'm not sure.
And when you first came downstairs, you didn't ask him, hey, did you sign in, correct?
I don't believe I did.
You didn't ask to see his hall pass, correct?
I wouldn't do that, it wasn't my job.
I'm not asking if it was your job, I'm asking you if you did that, correct?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
You did, however, tell him what you can and can't fill, correct?
Yes,
That also, though, is not your job, correct? To tell members of the public what they can or can't do.
well, that particular engagement was to address the specificity of the policy that the security guard was trying mightily to try to get the individual to comply with. So I'm clarifying that so that everyone can understand what the policy was.
So, and towards the end of your explanation, as you see, you said to Mr. Ayers, you're good, you can go, right? Remember that part?
I think I said a couple of occasions that he's good to go as long as he understands where he can go and where he cannot film.
But you didn't tell him he must leave, correct?
I don't think I did.
You didn't tell him he has to leave, correct?
I don't think I did.
By the way, the security guard, right? They're not a city employee, correct?
I believe that security guard was retained by an agency.
A private security company.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you again Exhibit 4, your legal memorandum. We can take a look at bottom of page 2 and top of page 3. Just take a look at it. I'll ask you some questions about it. Let me know when you're ready. So in your memorandum, you advise the mayor that there are instances where a filmer seeks to produce a documentary, that there's arrangements to be made, and then, again, you advise the mayor that one last thing to keep in mind is that many times, maybe most times, the videomaker is in business, and you put those words in italics, correct?
Yes.
And is not actually a bona fide and credentialed press person. That being the case, the building use policy was created for just that purpose and should be used. Why did you make the choice to bring this attention of somebody being in business as opposed to a credentialed person?
In our review of the situation, we wanted to make clear that there was an opportunity for people to use the business use policy for City Hall if they wanted to come in and use a part of the facility for meetings or other engagements, including for business purposes. So I wanted to distinguish between a person who's coming in to film randomly in violation of the policy, for example, versus somebody, and it could apply to the person here, involved here, that there's an alternative that can be used if wished to comply with or to apply for and use the business use policy to come into City Hall and do business.
So if I understand correctly, is in your opinion that there is a difference between a credentialed, let's say, member of the press coming in to film versus a private citizen coming in to film? Your understanding of the law is that there is a difference.
Yes, if you're coming in, if you're a credentialed press person, you're there for a certain business. A regular visitor is there for their personal business probably, as opposed to their other business. So there's difference, yes.
Probably.
Well, you could be both a visitor and a press person and do your business and also be a press person, I suppose.
Are you a press person if you don't have press credentials?
I can't tell you what the definition of a press person is. I was trying to distinguish and make available to people that there is an opportunity to use City Hall if you apply properly for the business use policy. It's an opportunity for people to use the building. We're not trying to exclude people, we're trying to give them an opportunity.
I understand. So you just told me you can't tell me what a press person is?
Objection has to answer.
Sir, you did use the words press person in your memo, correct?
Yes.
You knew what that meant and you were telling the mayor, giving him your advice, correct?
Well, I put it in the memorandum which you read.
Okay. When you wrote the memorandum, you chose those words, correct?
Yes.
So you know what a press person is, correct?
Objection has to answer.
You wouldn't put words in there you don't understand, correct?
Objection, I didn't hear the question, Ron.
No. You wouldn't put words in a memo to a mayor that you don't understand, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
Let me just check my notes, I may be done. I have no further questions.
Yes, sir. Attorney Zetter?
Is that my correct? Yes. There's a question about this building use policy. Was there a reason, Attorney Fincher, that you did not show the building use policy, Mr. Reyes?
I wouldn't have shown him that policy directly. I provided a copy of the policy to a security guard, so he would have it if someone needed to be advised that it was available.
So you presumably have that available to him at the end of July 15, 2021?
Yes, it was available.
What type of information, for example, does the assessor's office have in terms of sensitivity?
That's people's payment information for their cards, for their homes, social security numbers, other identifying information on where they live. The assessor's office has substantial information on field cards, and other records, invoices, listing of payments over the last number of years, revaluation information, an assortment of data on people in the property.
So what a concern might be that if somebody fills those areas, they may capture such information on the tape.
That's right.
And certainly, for example, social security number information would be relevant to the potential for identity theft.
Yes.
If you saw someone taking notes of somebody else's information that should be writing down on a pad, what action do you think one of your employees needs to?
Objective 4, I think the question we got is what the witness saw and wound up with what somebody else would do.
I'll rephrase it. What action, if any, might a employee of City Hall take if somebody saw a patient writing down someone else's information on?
Objection calls for speculation.
Your cross-examination was entirely done overall.
So I can tell you this, that any department head observing an individual who is trying to acquire information that violates someone's personal information rights would notify that person to cease. And if they didn't cease, they would take another action, just to call somebody to have them to stop.
And on the video that you saw, your conversation with Mr. Reyes, did he indicate to you that twice that he understood the policy, Mr. Reyes?
I did hear Mr. Reyes say on at least 2 occasions that he said he knew the policy and what it said, the limitations on filming, yes.
And did he appear to you to say that in an unequivocal fashion?
Yes.
When you went down in the morning and you first saw Mr. Reyes and Mr. Janus was there and that stairwell, what was your primary purpose for going downstairs to speak to Mr. Reyes?
I was asked to assess the situation. There was a request by I believe the security guard directly and maybe another individual in the city to come down and.
Our objective form calls for hearsay as the request, requested and then stricken.
I'm asking.
What was the question? What was the purpose of you going down?
Right, that was the question. He's explaining.
He was asked to assess the situation.
Right.
That's good so far. So it's just a follow-up question.
I'd asked the witness to continue with his answer because any information that was imparted to him was to show the effect on the hearer.
What do you mean by assess the situations?
I was asked to, by assessing the situation, to talk to the security guard and any individual involved in what was going on in the stairway, try to assist and advise as best I can to handle that situation.
And did you do that in your opinion?
I feel I did my best to advise my client as well as primarily the individual involved what the policy was about, to try to assist in identifying the policy and how to handle it.
Can you just have a moment, please, Ryan?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ryan. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
So you were just asked about the kinds of documents that could be in the assessor's office, right? That have personal information. Where are they kept in the assessor's office?
They're kept on computers, they're kept in file drawers, they're kept on desks, counters, and they're carried around by the officials if needed.
Okay. And I think you were asking what would a town official do if they saw somebody taking down somebody's personal information, right? Remember that question?
Yes.
So I would have to literally stand there and listen to take notes, right? Correct? For that procedure.
Again, each case depends exactly what was going on.
Okay. Well, you were given a specific set of hypothetical conditions. What would a town official do if they saw somebody taking down somebody else's information on the, right? So in that set of circumstances, if they saw me, but there's nothing preventing me to look over, correct? Remember my previous question, walking away and taking notes, correct?
The situation presented by you would probably not incur concern, but the situation that came up was somebody were leaning over, looking at information specifically that could be sensitive and taking notes, and continue to do that. That would be a concern.
Just looking over, it's fine.
And it depends on what they're doing. If they're just looking and they're not taking in information, either with camera or otherwise, then we try to welcome people, not to turn them away.
You try to work with people.
Welcome people.
You try to welcome people, even if you think they're looking at somebody's confidential information.
Objection, that's not what he said.
I'm going to sustain the objection questions to my argument, or misleading. You can rephrase that.
You're saying you try to work, right? So you would need to ascertain whether or not they're really trying to take down somebody else's information, right? Case by case basis, your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Do you try to work with people who are filming on case by case basis, trying to ascertain whether or not they're filming somebody's private information?
Objection, argument, form of question.
Overall, in the case of filming, the policy, can argue speaks for itself. So people can read the policy, understand what the limitations are, and comply with them. And if they don't comply, then the department head or individual has to assess the duty. Simple as that.
Okay. So again, if they don't comply, then the department head has to assess the situation, right? On a case by case basis?
The policy is general, but for assessment of each case is on a case, certainly on a case by case basis.
Right.
So I can
And in
come
fact, the
in,
policy says you may be denied entry, you may be delayed, it doesn't say you shall be delayed, correct?
it says maybe, yes.
Right. So that leaves some discretion to the department supervisor or any employee of the city hall that may be involved in the situation, correct?
But the discretion is within the confines of the language of the policy. So they know what the policy is and they have to recognize it. And the individual involved has to comply with it.
Okay. So is it your understanding that the way the policy works is if you're told to comply, you must comply? Correct?
Well, if you see the policy, you read it and understand it. And if you don't want to comply, you ask to comply. And show the language.
Very good. So if you see the policy, right, and you understand it, and you're shown the policy, correct? That's what you just told.
Yes.
Nowhere in the video is Mr. Reyes shown the policy, correct? Shown.
I didn't see him being handed the policy.
And I think you said the reason why you went downstairs was to assist and advise your client?
It was to assess the situation, assist where I could, and advise on the policy so people would understand and try to take care of whatever help I can provide.
Right. But do you remember using the word client?
I'm sorry, and
I'm sorry. Do you remember using the word client?
Client?
Advise my client.
Yes.
You told us earlier today that Phil wasn't an employee of City Hall, correct?
He's not. He's an employee of the
That's right.
agency.
And your job is to advise the mayor and City Hall employees, correct?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not that security guard was fired?
Objection, elements.
Sustained.
No further questions.
So just to clarify, Attorney Kitty, you expressly advised the defendant, Mr. Grace himself, what the policy was, and explained it to him.
Yes.
And he acknowledged twice to you in an unequivocal fashion that he understood it.
Yes.
Nothing further.
What you just told us, that's on camera, correct? What you're referring to, unequivocal, what you're advised about, correct?
Yes.
So we had a chance to see that. There's nothing outside of the camera that you're referring to, correct?
In that particular instance, based upon the question, my answer is what I saw on camera was that I had indicated the policy was, discussed the policy with Mr. Ray.
Just to be clear, my question is as follows. When you mentioned discussing the policy with Mr. Reyes, that event is captured on this, on the video that we've seen, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And you're not referring to anything we have not seen in this video, correct?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
You sit down.
Thank you.
And I just want to bring one thing to the court's attention.
Let's let our witness remove himself from
Well,
the.
this one, thank you, never mind. We're in session tomorrow. My understanding is that City Hall is closed tomorrow, so the next witness, I wonder if they can come in on Monday, but I told them that they're on subpoena and that they have a trial, so I leave to the court. And that's the town clerk I'm referring to specifically. The town clerk is the next witness.
Yes.
They have denied.
How is the fact that City Hall's open or closed relevant to her responding to a subpoena?
She just said she asked me to ask you. I told her she's on the subpoena, she probably doesn't testify.
If she's your next witness.
Yeah.
And what is the day?
All right, so, having said that, I assume you're on over the session tomorrow, 2:15, that's when we customarily start?
Yes, seeing it at the time, we won't do any more testimony today, but I'll tell counsel, Fridays here for me are with files. I have the criminal docket, which you seem to be finishing up. Moral docket is relatively small in comparison to things, but certainly in comparison to Tuesdays. I also do the housing docket next door. Usually I'm done with the housing docket prior to lunch and recess, and I'm back and forth between two courtrooms for the morning, and then we finish up whatever is shrouding in the afternoon. I've seen the docket. I suspect we will be done with both of those dockets and ready to get the full afternoon, 2:15 or so, beginning to State versus West. I appreciate everybody's patience. And court's opinion, something like this, once it starts, it's going to just get it finished. And while everybody has court and some schedule. So the idea more is we'll hopefully start this 2:15, and we will go. Was tomorrow the day you had a conflict? You had something in the afternoon?
No.
Counsel, Attorney Koopman, Attorney Seeger, you're good tomorrow afternoon if we go till this time?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Rance, we'll see you and everyone else here tomorrow, 2:15. If there's any issues council has, you can bring to my attention at any time, but I will certainly be available from 1 o'clock until 2:15. Recess.
All right.
Oh man. All right, y'all. So that's gonna be it for this stream. I'm just tired of all this madness for real. We're gonna finish up tomorrow. That's gonna be it for today, or should I say tonight? I didn't know. I wasn't planning on this stream being this long, but the more and more this case was playing out, it just kept me here, kept me pulled in, and it's just nuts, man. I can't believe Phil didn't go to jail or get arrested for putting hands on Sean. And even the cop told him that he shouldn't have did what he did, but he didn't arrest him, which is, that's crazy within itself. But until tomorrow, I'll catch y'all later. AWB, I'm out.